system and its ethical imperatives, presented by ICSSR and Mahatma Hansraj Cluster Center. Yesterday, across 2 sessions, we visited Indian heritage and learned from 7 distinguished scholars. Today, in our morning session, we are privileged to have 3 eminent professors of philosophy, Professor Raghvinder Pratap Singh and Professor Bhagat Oinam from School of Social Sciences, JNU, as a resource person, and Professor A. Raghuram Raju from Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Tirupati. I welcome you all, sir. I also welcome Ramji Yadav, sir, who has joined us yesterday, and he is gracing both the days, and we are grateful for your presence, sir. Now, I ask everyone to give a great applause and welcome our speakers. I request Dr. Upender, our TIC and convener of the seminar, to felicitate our chair of the session, Professor A. Raghuram Raju, sir. I also request Rajesh, sir, to join me. Everyone, please. Now I request Dr. Shivam to felicitate Dr. R.P. Singh. Everyone, please give a round. Now I please request Dr. Deepak and Dr. Surfi to felicitate Dr. Bhagat Oinam. I now request Deepak sir, coordinator of the seminar, to introduce our resource person and chair of the sessions. Deepak sir.
Hello everyone, good morning to you all. So before introducing our speakers, I would like to extend a gratitude to all our resource persons, beginning from Professor R.P. Singh sir and Professor Bhagat Oinam sir and Professor R. Raghuram sir. So we have for this session speaker Professor R.P. Singh sir, Dr. Raghvinder Pratap Singh, joined with 44 years of research and teaching experience at the Center for Philosophy, JNU. He is currently serving as visiting professor at the Center for Philosophy and Jawaharlal University. Professor is an expert in the field of German idealism, postmodernity, multiculturalism, globalization, philosophy of education, and many more. Professor has been engaged in many academic engagement, like he has been twice a member of ICPR and the governing body of the council. He has authored 20 books and published over 180 articles in various peer-reviewed journals in India and abroad. Additionally, he served as a member of editorial board for numerous national and international journals. Throughout his career, he has supervised 50 PhD and 25 MPhil dissertations. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us as a research person for this session. Along with Professor R.P. Singh sir, we have with us Professor Bhagat Oinam sir. So I am honored and blessed to welcome Professor Bhagat Oinam sir, at present Chairperson Center for Philosophy, Jawaharlal Universities, and before joining JNU, Professor has already worked at many renowned institutions like CSDS, NEHU, IIT Bombay, and Professor is an expert in the field of phenomenology, existentialism, moral, social and cultural philosophy, philosophical anthropology, aesthetics. He has enormous publication to his credit from Routledge, Sophia, JICPS Springer and many more. Professor has been honored with many national and international awards, such as he has been co-chair in the section on philosophy of the indigenous community in the World Philosophy Congress, which is to be held in Rome in August 2024. He has also co-chair in the section on social philosophy in the World Philosophy Congress held at Athens, August 2013. So today he will be dealing with an interesting topic, Indian knowledge, tradition and Samvaad. Along with our two speakers, we have chair of the session, Professor Raghuram Raju sir. So Professor Raghuram Raju sir is from Department of Philosophy, IIT Tirupati. Before joining Tirupati, he has already served in the Center of Philosophy, Hyderabad Central University. Professor is an expert in the field of Indian philosophy, continental philosophy, bioethics, feminism, social and political philosophy, technology and societies. Professor has many publications to his credit. Recent publications like Ramchandra Gandhi Talks and Writings, published in Oriental Black Swan, and modern frame and pre-modern theme in Indian philosophy, Border, Self and Others, from Routledge, London, New Delhi, 2017, and many more. So thank you so much, sir, for joining us as the chair of the sessions. So I'm sure this session is going to be very interesting, thought-provoking, and also informative. So I'll suggest all my students, be ready with your pen and paper. There will be so much information and so much philosophizing. So I have learned this philosophizing, whatever little bit I have learned from them only. So I am a student of Professor Bhagat Vainam and Professor R.P. Singh sir. So I can be assured that they will take you to the different realm. They will make you to feel the philosophy. And you will not regret from this particular session. You will learn so many things. So thank you so much, sir, for gracing this particular session. Please, ma'am.
I again welcome you all, sir. It's our honor to have you all. Now I request our first resource person, Professor R.P. Singh sir, to share his insight, and we are eager to learn from your vast knowledge and expertise, sir. Sir is going to give a presentation on knowledge-centered civilization, retrospect and prospect. Sir.
I'm really thankful and I'm so happy to be here in the Hansraj College for the first time. And such a wonderful place, in fact. I never thought that it would be, because from the outside, very neat and clean, systematic. I have a lot of apprehensions because being wheelchair ridden. So I thought, how will I manage things there? But it's so comfortable place. It's much better than JNU, in fact. So far as the logistics and everything is concerned. More so that I have my very good friend, Professor Raghuram Raju here today. And we have been together on many occasions. When he was in Hyderabad, I was there also. And Professor Bhagat Vainam is my colleague, so he's always been there. But the most important thing is to see the students and colleagues here in the Hansraj College. So, since the time is the constraint, and the chair has already said that it will be 35 minutes, I'll take a little less than 35 so that some questions can also take place. So the theme that I have chosen is knowledge-centered civilization, so retrospect and prospect. So I'll move a little fast. And the first thing is that the theme which the seminar is there, that it's Indian knowledge system and its ethical imperatives. So you can think that what really the theme proposes is that some kind of, ethical epistemology, or, how knowledge is ethical. The way the Greeks had also thought about it. That, you talk about knowledge systems, but ethics should be the predominating feature of it. So ethical epistemology is basically the theme, the spirit of the seminar. And in Indian tradition, we have got, so many systems and traditions of thinking which is ethically oriented. Knowledge is there, immense knowledge is there, but ethics have never been compromised. Ethical doctrines are there. So this is the way that I would like to enter into it. So knowledge and ethics, how are they intertwined? And what does Indian knowledge system consist in? And how was knowledge system produced, maintained and disseminated? What are the ethical implications of it? And what are the archaeological and historical evidences of it? Or what is the method of writing a text Shastra, how much freedom the person, adhikara the person has in writing the text. What are the stages of ruptures and mutations of Indian knowledge systems and erosion of values? Because there have been so many ruptures. You know, I've taken up around 5-6 stages. And how far have you decolonized ourselves? You know, that will be the last one. So the first question is, what is India? You know, people also call it Bharat. What is it? Yeah? And for that matter, you can also say that what is Europe or what is USA? Yeah. So maybe the kind of imagination which Europeans had about democracy, about human rights, about justice, about toleration, and you know, during 18th century, 19th century Enlightenment period. So if you look at the pillars of the White House, all the 4 pillars of democracy, human rights, justice, etc., those are all prepared in Europe only, then transported through the Atlantic Ocean to the USA. So we say that what is Europe? Europe is democracy, human rights, toleration, justice. You know, so many such concepts are there, public and private spheres. The Enlightenment period is what has defined Europe. And so is the case about India. So the first thing about India is there, like many other countries like Iran, Egypt, Greece, China, India was a civilizational entity first. Then it became a nation state. In Europe, it became the other way around. It started becoming nation state also simultaneously because secularization also started coming up that way, Treaty of the Westphalia, which started defining it. And out of 46 civilizations which have been listed by UNESCO, 45 civilizations have disappeared. Only one civilization is still surviving, that is India. And what is the spirit of its survival? That is the knowledge system. So the knowledge system which we have in India is something which is a kind of colossal continuum of contact, conflict and confluence. So it is not a solo product. It has always been interacting, Samvaad, argument, tradition, questions, Purpaksha, Khandan, Uttar Paksha, intense debate is there. So it has been kind of continuum of contact, conflict and confluence. The knowledge system also has been motivated by the 2 ethical imperatives in the beginning. One is Ekam Sat Vipraha Bahudha Vadanti. Truth is one, but wise people call it differently. And it's a Vedic exhortation. And second one is Anu Bhadraha Kritavo Nyantu Vishwataha. Let noble thoughts come to us from everywhere. So this has been the ethical imperative of it. Let us see how it has sustained. Over this we started with the Vedas, but before we come to Vedas, there is an interesting period, and that we generally think of what is called archaeological evidence. Before historical things started, the archaeological aspect of it is there, and which we find in the Indus Valley civilization. So, in the Indus Valley civilization, we find that they had invented writing and discovery of abstract numbers. They had also made trade links with Egypt, Mesopotamia and everything else. I have written a very 35-page long article. Those who are interested, I can share with them. And but the ethical imperative which is predominantly there in the Indus Valley civilization is that it was knowledge-centric. Knowledge was disseminated. Distributed justice was there because it was an egalitarian society. So whatever wealth, resources, product and everything was there was distributed among the people. And equality was one of the dominant ethical norms. Because when I ask that what is India, it's basically a normative term, normative question, isn't it? So these are the first indicators of these norms. Though the Indus Valley script has not been deciphered, but people have agreed that it was a genuine script. And because the way they had disseminated knowledge, planning and everything else, that is not possible without having a proper script about it. And then the knowledge of science and everything which is there, that's also not possible without a system of knowledge. Society was very much egalitarian. So it was also maybe a tribal kind of, but it was a civilization, not a tribal culture kind of a thing, because the kind of, other things which they had was predominantly there. So that is the first, knowledge that we have, indication we have. Now the second thing which we find in the Vedas, this is all retrospective. So in the Vedas, the concept of mind has developed very substantially. So, mind is the instrumental to internal perceptions of pleasure, pain, desire, emotions, patience, fear, satisfaction, etc. So between mind and speech, mind is superior because offering can be given without speech. Prajapati, various ways they are trying to articulate it. So Manas and Vak are like the bulls, various metaphoric way of representing this kind of thing is there. So mind is the source of the knowledge of everything, and it controls mind is the source and controller and dissemination of knowledge and everything else. So in the Rig Veda 8th Mandala, Sukta 11, you see Bhrigu, he has developed the concept of Vak in a very substantive manner, and was created by God in all kinds of living beings to communicate. Vak, Dhvani, and its 4 stages, Para, Pasyanti, Madhyama, Vaikhari, kind of a thing, which is there. So these are all instrumental to acquiring knowledge and also communicating it with others. Dissemination process is there. So humans and the animals, they depend on the speech for the communication, and something has gone. Can be distinguished between aerial predators and terrestrial predators also. They can distinguish it and they can communicate it. So animals. So that thing is there. Such, Now, what is so important about, and which I want to emphasize, is that for any kind of a knowledge may be, due to certain events, it may go wrong also. And in Indian tradition, no knowledge is final. But the methodology is something which is intact. So the method is something which has survived a long time. Yeah? So what is that method? So here, people are naturally inquisitive. So they often come up with questions about the things they see, hear, and they often develop ideas and hypotheses about why things are the way they are. So you are all students of philosophy. I think other students are also there. But the important thing is, what is philosophy? So, Dr. Deepak talked about philosophizing also. So I agree that everything is not philosophy. Like here is a bottle of water, H2O, it's not philosophy. But when I say it is a holy water, philosophy begins there. Because you have done something. Now you are trying to philosophize it. So, but everything can be philosophized provided there is some kind of discrepancy. Some contestations are there. It can be contested. Then only philosophy begins. Otherwise, as H2O, there is no philosophy. So this kind of thing, that everything can be philosophy. Darsana basically means seeing and showing kind of a thing. And then it has other implications also, like seeing and then implying subsequent seeing and viksha of an object already seen and presented earlier. In fact, it is a kind of critical observation, pariksha. So, pariksha, anviksha, manan, sravan, manan, nididhyasan, etc. These are all the things which are very closely related to it. because this is how the things are given to us. When we talk about jnana, jnana is vastu tantra. Kriya is purush tantra. Ethical implication depends on the persons. Yeah? But knowledge depends on the objects. And when you get the knowledge, for that you have to see, you have to again see it again and critically think of it. And I have developed certain other issues like there is Shravan, Manan and Nididhyasana, also what you have seen. And then Jigyasa element is also very substantially there, because without Jigyasa we just cannot go into that. There is also role of Pariprasna, that also is another component of Jigyasa itself. And in Indian tradition, knowledge tradition, it is firmly believed that no conclusion is taken to be final. Every conclusion is ad hoc. Yeah? So finality is not there the way we find it in Judaism, Christianity, and even in Plato, Hegel and Marx. They all talk about finality kind of a thing. But in Indian tradition, that finality is not there. And then various Samvaad, relationships, tarka and sansaya, these are the ways that we try to go into the conceptual analysis. And then we have Samvaad, so a kind of egoless dialogue. Of course, Bharat will be taking up with this issue in detail. So between the teacher and the student, preceptor and disciple, and then even negative approach that it's not that also very substantially. So in this kind of methodology, we have our ethical implications also. In India, we have got two-tier value system, Abhyodaya and Nishreyas. Abhyodaya means achievements and Nishreyas means fulfillment or attainment. So in the Abhyodaya, we have Dharma, Artha and Kama. For that, the knowledge is very important component. And then for Nishreyas, then there are so many other categories also. In fact, there is a lovely book edited by Professor Rajendra Prasad, Indian Philosophy of Morals. It has been published by PHISC, PHISPC, Project of History of Indian Philosophy, Science and Culture. And there generally people feel that India doesn't have a system of ethics like utilitarianism or hedonism or deontology, things like that. But now in India there is a tradition of ethics which is there, and it's on the Purushartha. So if I ask you, what does it mean to be human? You will say that human means that there are 6 vikaras, Lobha, Moha, Krodha, Mada, Ahankar, etc. Then above the vikaras you have the 4 Purusharthas. There are the 10 features. We can articulate what a human being is. And we think that vikaras are the lower level kind of characteristics. And once you control it, manage it, regulate it, and elevate it, you come to the Purushartha level. And there you have the Dharma, Artha, Kama first, and then Nishreyas. Nishreyas becomes the highest one. So the difference is only of the degree, not of the kind. So do not think that there is any kind of rupture into it. Now, for all these things, there is also a substantive feature of argumentation that which we find in a Nyaya system of thinking, particularly that you have pramanas, you have vadas, you have theory, you have jalp, argumentation, for achieving victory, not the truth. Because in the vada you are looking for the truth content of it. But in the jalp you look for the victory, and then the vitanda aspect of it which tries to refute the views of the others. So in a debate between opponent and proponent, determination of truth is what is called technically the vada aspect of it. So Nayayika way of argumentation is also very integral part of Indian knowledge system. So, and you can apply it because this is methodological dimension of it. Now I come to some of the illustrations of it. One interesting illustration came to me. It was that Newton and Vaisheshik Sutra. One may go into other details about it. But the three laws of motion which Newton had proposed was already somehow it was implicit in Vaisheshik Sutras also. I just explicated it. And then I found there is large scale abstract similarities and details which have been undermined. So those of you who are interested, I can just float some such ideas. Like in the Vaisheshik Sutra 5.6.11, so there Vega Nimit Visheshat Karmano Jayate. Change of motion is due to the impressed force. And the second one is change of motion is proportional to the impressed force and is in the direction of the force. And the third one is action and reaction are equal and opposites. The same thing was done by Newton also. Later on it was found out that Newton had copied it from India. In fact, C.K. Raju has been constantly telling me about all these things and he had done detailed study about it. But now there are some various articles which have been published on this theme, that how much they have copied it. Also, the calculation aspect of Indian tradition has also been substantially copied. In fact, I forgot to take the name, maybe you can help me. There is a college in Kerala somewhere which was in fact meant to translate Indian texts related to science and mathematics and geometry and all that stuff into English and Latin languages. Because during Newton's time it was Latin which was very much prevalent, but later on to English also. And they all used to have this kind of an access. So this kind of a thing which was developed substantially with so many scientists of Indian tradition, knowledge tradition. And they had followed the methodology aspect of it. The content may vary, but methodology is the same. And you can see that Newton's realistic mechanistic physics, Galilean Cartesian mechanics, all the three laws of motion are implicit in the Vaisheshik Sutras. So I'm not going to read that thing about this thing. Now I come to this was the retrospect in the pre-colonial phase of India. Now in the retrospect I also come to the colonial phase. It's a very huge area. I cannot explore. So I can just point out some of the features of it. Like in 1835 when Macaulay's education system was introduced in India and Sanskrit language was replaced, Sanskrit and Persian were already, they were replaced by English language. Radha Mohan Rai also was in favor that English language should be there. And then it was introduced in the Presidency College in Kolkata first. That was the time later on in 1857 mutiny. After that universities started coming up in India. Calcutta University and Madras University, Mumbai University, Bombay University. So they came first and then Lucknow University. Do you also celebrate 100 years of its centenary ceremony? I think last year or last year? I presented a paper also. Lucknow University had celebrated. Allahabad University was much older. So this kind of a thinking. What is so important is that in the 13th century when universities started coming up, the first university in Europe was in Italy. That time in the university only 6 subjects were taught. Only 6 subjects in the 13th century. And now we have got more than 8,000 subjects. You can see the kind of explosion which has taken place in the field of knowledge. And in India particularly, we have got almost 1,000 universities, more than 42,000 colleges, and I don't know how many million students are there, particularly the young generation which is there. Managing the quality of it is something which is, and within that quality you manage Indian knowledge system and its ethical implications. You can see how challenging it is. So Britishers, in fact, they introduced it, and that was the time which was very turbulent in India. That was the first movement for freedom also which had taken place, first mutiny had taken place. They call it mutiny, we call it as, first struggle for independence, kind of a thing, and various theories like two-nation theory, etc. started coming up. Marx also came out with, questions of Eastern questions and all that stuff. he has been writing on it. So what was important during this period is that a middle class started emerging in India. And that was something not so revolutionary, but it had the spirit of revolution. Because they were basically the employees of the British government. They had the knowledge in a different language, and they knew that they are getting exploited because there is drainage of economy and all that stuff. Not only the economy, you see when British came to India, the first thing they did in India was that to have a survey of India. What are the things available in India? In terms of the resources, in terms of the raw materials, in terms of knowledge even. What are the manuscripts also they took it away. You know? So maybe after 200 years, 300 years, Indians will realize that this is the knowledge system they have. So take away the manuscripts also. So this also started happening. And then university model of education came up. And this is the part of our own tradition now. So history of India's philosophical tradition in the fields, in various fields underwent radical transformation with the coming of the British and the spread of their political and administrative domination in India between 1757 to 1857, 100 years time. And then we got independence in 1947. That means another 90 years. So it took 190 years for whole of India to know that they are colonized, they are being exploited, and resources are moving from this place to another place. Whereas if you look at Iraq, when Saddam Hussein was captured, or it was, in fact, Iraq was captured by the Allied forces, 6th day there was a revolt there. So within 6 days, the Iraqis could know that they are no longer, the country is gone from their hands. And in India, it took 190 days, 190 years to know about it. So that was the lack of, communication, dissemination of knowledge, making people aware of it. And we are still, towards the end of it, I will say that we are still not awakened fully. So alternative models of education also started coming up, and it is between 1857 and 1947 when the British education system was firmly implanted on the Indian soil. They were creating a totally new system of education that the actual impact became evident. There was alternative model of education also proposed by many thinkers like Vivekananda, Gandhi, Tagore, Aurobindo, and many more. So it was also, side by side it was going up. Now when Britishers came to India, there came up a substantive change. There came a substantive change in India with modernity and enlightenment towards the end of the 19th century under the influence of such concepts like liberty, equality, fraternity, humanism, toleration, justice, democracy, scientific rationality, individualism, human rights, because these are the terms which were created by Immanuel Kant and the Enlightenment thinkers in Europe. And when their economy started moving from Europe to Asia, Africa, and other countries like in Latin American countries, they moved with the baggage of these ideas also. And people in those colonized countries, they started appropriating themselves with these ideas. Individualism came up, we had collective life, then freedom, justice, secularization, etc. started coming up. So the modernization of Indian tradition created a great transition from hierarchy to equality. It was generally believed that Indian society was very hierarchical. And British society was something which is equality was there. Though there was equality in Indian tradition also, in Buddhism it was there. Samyak Drishti, Samyak Sankalpa, etc. Samyak element. But the way Varna system and other things were constructed, there was hierarchy. So this started getting questioned about it. And then from holism to individuality, it was a holistic kind of lifestyle. And now individuals are there, my job, my money, my family, everything so individualistic. Then from transcendence to this worldly rationalism and secularism. Then they thought that India, plus we're talking about transcendence aspect of it and all that. So they wanted to bring it down to the worldly rationality and also secularism. Now this process was not all the time very smooth, there were various tensions and all that stuff going on. So now the nationalist agenda, which came up very substantially during this period of time, was a discourse on nation state, which of course started with the Treaty of Westphalia in Germany 1648, and with all kinds of features of territory, of sovereignty, of self-government, of population, all that stuff started coming up. In India also people started thinking about it, and then the idea is that a nation without a past is a contradiction in terms. Every nation has some kind of past. The thing is how you articulate about it. So some of the British writers who have done the job on it, like J.S. Mill's History of India, and then dividing it into period, Muslim period and British period, and they emphasizing that they were hostile to one another, and there was no unified territory about it. William Archer's book, India and the Future, 1917. So 1818 it was written, and then 1817 after 100 years time. So then nationalism, which the way it was practiced in India, the way Gandhi practiced it, wiping the tears of everybody, and the way Hitler practiced it, looking for the enemies within the society itself, aggrandizing kind of a thing. Yeah. So this nationalism, which was very aggressive, European nationalism was very aggressive. It was oriented towards power, wealth, and they thought that nationalism is something which is above the people and enemy within the society itself. Not only in Germany, it was in France, it was in England, also with the Irish and the British, and things like that. It started coming up. In fact, 2 weeks back, Professor Raghuram Raju had taken up a different dimension of nationalism, looking at it to Savitri, that creative writing of Sri Aurobindo. Now, reforms and the education system, after independence, the so-called post-colonial phase. So what are the reforms in the field of education, and how much Indian knowledge system has been incorporated and its ethical implications in our course content and everything else here? That was very problematic in the initial phases, because people were all educated in the British system of education, and there was an attempt to do about it, but it did not come out so substantially that time. Radhakrishnan committee was there, then Kothari commission was there, NEP. I've been speaking on NEP many times, so I will not speak on it. But some of the features which are there, and which are still, enlightenment features like justice, freedom, equality, fraternity, these are the way that Europeans tried to fight feudalism, on their own soil with the help of science and technology. But when capitalism came up, then the proletarian class used, Marx has written it, that proletarian class used knowledge of science and technology to dethrone capitalism. So the people turned against themselves. So this was a complex kind of a situation. Critical thinking and everything else is there. I will not go into the details of it, but if there are questions, I can address to it. And then 2 more slides are there, rather 2 more. So it is all the more important to address the issues concerning decolonization. How much we are, still decolonized, thinking in terms of the Western categories. And, there are still people who think that in India we don't have philosophy. It's darsana kind of a thing. But they have to understand what exactly is darsana. Seeing and showing features will help them to understand. So, and in 1995, there was one conference at Boston, Harvard University. And they thought that in India you have some kind of religious thing, a theological religious thinking kind, not a philosophy. Professor D.P. Chattopadhyay and others, they had gone there. They thought that we have to work it out. So this decolonization, so one that establishes epistemic justice without surrendering to both tradition and modernity. There is one way of decolonizing ourselves, that is de-traditionalization feature of it. And the other is the attempt to erase a supposed and predicated coloniality to discover the tradition, re-traditionalize this. Because there is an attempt to look into what exactly was there in the tradition of knowledge. And rereading the texts, finding out the hidden meaning about it, finding out even the original manuscripts, and then trying to interpret it. So the second fits with the various other narratives now that Aryan migration was not at all there, and various other political things also come up, like Akhand Bharat, accepting the pre-colonial past as given, some kind of mono-national past, physical reference, etc. It will help us to repudiate some of the past charges labeled by James Mill, Marx, William Archer, and others on Indian history, culture, pedagogy, and the ethical implications. Now the last slide is that we have yet to decolonize our education system. There is a lack of indigenous knowledge system, textbook writings, etc. to synchronize the fragmented knowledge. Because when you write the textbook, that means the knowledge which has been hitherto scattered, you are trying to synchronize. You know the knowledge like what happened in the physics, in chemistry, in Ayurveda, kind of thing. Journals are there now, they are publishing the manuscripts gradually. Indigenous and multidisciplinary approaches are to be adopted, not only in philosophy but also in political theory, economic principles, sociology, and branches of sciences. People are looking for Vedic sociology, Vedic economics, and Vedic politics. Just look at what, if at all it is there, some kind of thinking is there. Even some people like dark matter, they have done with them, what about dark mind? So Ratri Sutta. So they are trying to. Now ethical implications are there, which one can think about it, is the development of, three, four features I have just put it. One is that development-centric social values. We should entertain only those social values which can lead us to some kind of a development, growth of the society. And then human-centric scientific values, woman-centric family values, child-centric educational values, and knowledge-centric civilizational values. So this is all that I have to say about it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. We thank you for taking us to the interesting voyage of Indian knowledge system, what Bharat did, and reformation in Indian education system, and ethical implication of Indian knowledge system. We are grateful, sir, for your lecture. We can take the questions in the last, or would you like to close it in? We can take it in the end.
Last.
Okay. Okay. So now without ado, I invite our second resource person, Professor Oina, to deliver his talk.
My job has been made much easier in the sense that Professor Singh has drawn a very wide, vast canvas of India's knowledge tradition. So you can link from what you have heard from yesterday. But within that, he already mentioned the whole discourse of Samvaad. And I am a new learner, so this is a loud thinking. I am thinking of writing a paper on this. But then Professor Ram is a person who has been engaging with this thing for quite some time. So I would like to take up with this premise that Samvaad is, I don't say necessary, but one of the sufficient conditions of Indian intellectual tradition. And if you really see these days, unfortunately though, you might say, well, do we always have Samvaad in political discourses and so on, even in contemporary times? Not all the time it happens. But the philosophy does not look into actually what is happening in T1, T2 or T3, but possibility and also an ideals of what the best form of knowledge discourse should be. I may, you already know about Aristotle's acrasia. You know what is right, yet still you may not do what is right. So I know what is the best thing for a diabetic patient, not to eat sweet. But then when you see a gujia, then since last night I am eating from the middle of the night. So that is called anorexia. So it's not that I don't know what is the best diet for me, but then you always fall short of. So I have given this analogy to tell you that not all the time we follow the Samvaad as ideal it should be, but the very idea of a Samvaad as an ideal formulation done in the Indian classical tradition is something worth investigating. Because please do not see me as taking a strong position and counterposing with another tradition. But in many religious cultural traditions, the question of Samvaad is not there in many traditions outside of this subcontinent. Because in many religious texts, it is said, I am the real God. Others are not real, unreal God or pseudo God. So follow me, and that is where you will be enlightened. But then in this tradition, there are so many gods, I think some crores of gods, 33. So even if you lifetime, every day you start worshipping one God for today, tomorrow, you can't even exhaust in your lifetime. And let me, Sri Ramakrishna Paramhansa was the one who says, Joto more, Toto more. And that is the beauty of the Vedantin thought talked in the most simplest possible everyday language. And to this I will remind you, I am reminding myself of a talk given by Professor Jain Mohanty in Varanasi, Banaras Hindu University, and he said something very interesting which strikes me, and I keep repeating this even in the class, is that Indian tradition, intellectual tradition, is basically Samvadic tradition. It's a tradition of dialogue. And this is not just to please someone or show your, in quote unquote, in this world where your vocabulary is about multiculturalism and so on and so forth. But this was already there in this existence, and classic example he was saying is, look at Varanasi. In the ancient tradition, in times, all the mathas, even within the Vedantin, there is different Vaishnava traditions, and they don't see eye to eye with one another. When I talk to Dvaitavad, Visishta Advaitavad, Achinta Vedabhed, these days I go to ISKCON and talk. So they don't appreciate all of them, but they have their own belief and commitment towards the knowledge tradition. So all of them would come to Varanasi, and they will have their own Sampradaya mathas. The Buddhists will come, Vaishesikas will come, Yoga, Buddhists of different traditions, varieties will also come. And it's like a football match that all of them decides to meet one another. And not that they love each other. Sometimes they are staunch critic of each other. Yet they decide कि वाराणसी में जाना है, वहाँ पे what you call as shastra, that dialogue you will do. And there are many forms of dialogue, One is towards the truth that you go, the knowledge, for the sake of knowledge you are going to engage in. I am coming to it, but I am just simplifying. See, I also am not a Sanskritist, so I have to speak in my language which I am conversing with. So when you are meeting, not like-minded, opposed to one another, like-minded in one sense, because all of them are looking after knowledge. So they go कि वाराणसी में जाना है, we have to dialogue and critique and defeat. So there are two broadly speaking ways. One is to defeat the opponent and prove my supremacy. The knowledge I hold on must have to be propounded, otherwise how will you increase your sampradaya? And that is how even you see in the Western philosophical tradition in 20th century the fight between the analytic and continental. And only after, I think, much later, when who is that person who has gone from analytic tradition and writing on continental. So there are many who are doing these days. So you see that there are the issues that analytic and phenomenology has been engaged in was more about sense, about reference, about understanding. You use different vocabulary and then start fighting. So one thing that Indian classical traditionists were engaged in is to propound their philosophical thought of the Sampradaya, engage and defeat. But the another way is they also agree to come and learn and unlearn. And that is what is very interesting about this tradition. And what you already know about these three terminologies which Professor Singh has said. And I will begin with that. The three types of Samvaad. One is Vad, Jalpa, and Vitanda. Right? And you already know about it, but I am repeating for myself to make my point clear. Let me begin with the last one, Vitanda. Now this in Vitanda, what you are doing is not so much about your strength, not so much about the content of your own knowledge, but more about defeating the other, degrading the other, putting the others in a lowly status. To critique. जो कहते हैं उनको चाहे जो मेरा कुछ भी ना हो लेकिन उनका जितना नहीं देना है. So you try to ridicule the other, sometimes criticize the other. छोटा नीचा दिखाना जो आप कहते हो ना हिंदी में. That is what Vitanda is all about. And I think this is, if I am not mistaken, you can correct me, it's not a very ideal type of Samvaad. Yet, see the beauty of the Indian classical tradition is this. Even if it is not ideal, it is one of the types of the Samvaad. You are engaging, but engaging with a tendency to refute and ridicule. Not so much about yourself, but about the others. Weakness of the other, you throw it out, but not so much the strength of yours. That is the Vitanda. So we can put this aside a little bit away, because that is not something ideal to do. Of course, you can see this in parliament all the time. That is what parliamentary men mostly do. Pull each other's leg. Right? हम भी करते हैं कई बार. So the second one, which is very interesting, Professor Singh also has said, the Jalpa, which is with an intention to win. Now the point is, if you want to win a dialogue, one necessary condition is you will have a position. If you do not have an epistemic position of your own, then you cannot even dialogue, or you cannot think of winning. Because winning implies a serious engagement in terms of the arguments that you are propounding, cutting across and putting your own argument. To that extent, Jalpa is a very strong type of dialogue where your position has to be clear. If you don't position your stand clearly, there cannot be a judgment. Now the interesting part is you can win over the other only when you are also willing to listen to the other. It cannot be a one-way traffic that I impose my ideas and then I win. Winning requires an acceptance of the other as well as the moderator, that X is better arguing than Y. जो परीक्षा की जो बात आपने कही, परीक्षा requires a cross-checking. Physics is a reasoning, but Anviksha, Pariksha, this Professor Hansraj was teaching me what the Iksha, Pariksha and Anviksha and Pariksha. That one, you begin with Iksha, your own stand, but then your own stand and belief has to be evaluated, which is Anviksha. And it is not only you, at the end of the day, it is a community of scholars, practitioners who will be examining, evaluating that concept or an idea. And that is where you put Pariksha. Isliye teachers keep evaluating your skills. So now here, even in Jalpa, when you are arguing to win, one necessary condition is those who are practitioner of the Jalpa has to have a strong, firm knowledge on what they stand on. And they have to cross-check each other's strengths and weaknesses. Then only winning and losing will be possible. So you can see that from Vitanta you have a higher level of dialoguing, Samvaad, where there is a proper approach of winning, arguing, cutting across, but also accepting the strength of the other at the same time. Please take this point, I am coming to this, recognizing the strength of the other. It is here the moral point is going to come. Recognizing the strength of the other, recognizing the position of the other. It is not only my position that I am putting across, but also looking at the position of the others. Because you are cross-checking each other, you are testing each other's positions and arguments. And the first one, which is the ideal form of dialogue, Samvaad, is Vada. And in Vada, what I was seeing, this is not mine, I have also learned from the Sanskritis. I am only reproducing and to put up my arguments forward. In the Vada tradition, it is the knowledge or the truth for which you are arguing. Your commitment is not so much on the position you are holding, but your commitment is the truth for which you are aiming. I hope I am making sense. One is a kind of unconditioned truth of which you are finally pursuing. And that is where two or three or many practitioners is engaging with one another with an unconditioned commitment towards what you call knowledge or truth. Now you can see that Vada and Jalpa cannot be completely separated. Because even to begin with the Vada, which is commitment towards an absolute unconditioned truth to which you are aiming at, you have to have a beginning point. And point of beginning can be possible only when you hold on to a position, an epistemic ground, which you will be testing each other. So you find that Jalpa and Vada has to go together, hand in hand. Because if you are not aiming at that Vada as the unconditioned truth of which you are aiming, but only thinking of winning, then you are also not committing towards the knowledge or the truth in the ideal sense. So these were the three types of Samvadic approaches that I could see the classical Indian philosophers or intellectuals were engaging into. Now, 2-3 things emerges as I try to philosophize on this. One is we are quite sure, and we keep on teaching in the classes also among ourselves. If you say Indian philosophical traditions, one of the main positioning is we will all say what you call unqualified monism. Advaita ki jo concept, they are the majority of the practitioners are Advaitin, whether चाहे वो Vaishnava tradition से आए या Saivite tradition से आए, it's a strong position. And Professor Raju, from where he comes down to the, I think, Karnataka and all these are very strong. Look at all the Vaishnava tradition I have been following. सब वहाँ से उडुपी से आ रहा है, Sri Rangam से, they all have this origin from the south. Now, this one point that we need to see is, in spite of our approach to metaphysics of unqualified monism that we try to propound, but in practices what you see is the recognition of the other. The recognition of other is something very strongly you will find in the actual dialogic space that intellectuals engage. Though your ideals is the oneness of aham and the tattva into the one with a metaphysical concept of Brahman or any other name that you give. But in the actual practice, the recognition of the space of the other is being taken for granted. So those of us who says, oh, we were all talking of oneness, it is also a very lopsided approach of looking. There is an ideal image, but in the practice, for all purposes, for a philosophy to engage into, the presence of the other is recognized. Now the point is, what comes here is when you recognize the position of the other, then again I am philosophizing like Professor Raju has been doing through the Anglophone tradition. Unfortunately, this is how we have been trained. Now the question of agency is something that you can find interestingly located in all this. When I use the word agency, what does it really mean? That I, as a person, is not only autonomous, that I am free to think and speak the way I prefer, but I also recognize that the other is also equally free and autonomous as much as I am, right? Unless you recognize this, no jalpa will be possible, no vada will be possible. So the concept that we are talking in the contemporary Western philosophy about agency and the self and other is somewhere also inbuilt, recognized, and the condition for any possible samvad to happen, whether it is a vada, jalpa, or even vidanda. The other has to come in. But agency of the other comes very strongly with jalpa and vada tradition. And I say the agency is recognizing the right position of the other and to be able to express freely what you take or believe in. Now, two concepts that I have which can be a hindrance to this ideal dialogue of jalpa and vada is the idea of fear and prejudice. So if you are forced or if you are under fear, you cannot have a dialogue. You will automatically submit to the other. When you submit to the other, there is no dialogue possible. This is one. You have to recognize each other's agency and freedom. आपके ऊपर लाठी लगा हुआ है कि कुछ भी कहेंगे तो जेल में भर दूंगा. Now, will any teacher ever try to work out and speak something against the state? Because there is the next thing that can come is an FIR. So there cannot be a dialogue. And the second one, which is self-testing idea, is the prejudice. If you have prejudice about the other, then you can never have a dialogue. And prejudice does not come from outside. Prejudice is from within. That I have a biased opinion about X or Y, शकल ऐसे होते हैं, he comes from this linguistic tradition, this religious tradition, इनसे क्या बात करना है, इनको क्या आता है. If you have this prejudice, you can never have a dialogue possible. So I see, and I'm thinking this primarily because the kind of conflict that is happening in the northeast, my home state, so Manipur, like 10, 12 months, people are fighting, killing, there is no possibility of dialogue. I was thinking of, I have written this in the Hindu on Samvaad. So that is why I'm just engaging that many of the classical concepts become so relevant in our contemporary times, where the violence, where, assertive positioning of people across against one another becomes so strong that the ideals of what you call dialogue or knowledge takes a backseat. If you do not know what you think, and you also do not know what I think, and we are into a conflict, then we can never come to an agreement because we don't engage into a dialogue. Unless I know what the other is thinking, I will be only examining what your position is only when you open each other to a platform of Samvaad. That is something strongly wanting when any kind of violence takes place. Now, the one thing very interesting is, in this Samvaad tradition, as I said, the agency is something that has to be recognized, my freedom and others' freedom. Often, we have been taught in the classes, you must have also heard your Indian philosophy teachers saying, between a dialogue between Adi Shankara who was in 20s, and who was in 80s the Mandana Misra. And this Mimamsaka and the Purva and the Uttara Mimamsa position. So you can see before the Muslim came also we were into arguments, fighting many a times. This is a strong fight. You just imagine engaging in a dialogue. And so the one who loses will embrace the winner's religious tradition or cultural tradition. So it is also not so simple. Now my take here is that we appreciate Adi Shankara so much, but so little we talk of Vandana Mishra. And I think the moral commitment, restraint, lies, challenge to moral commitment is more about the loser rather than the winner. आप जीतते हैं तो ठीक, you have all the world in your hands. But the one who has lost, that I gave an example of Akrasia. हमने एग्री तो कर लिया, फिर भी नहीं करेंगे, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? I agreed to go take your religions if I am defeated. I agreed it, but I will not follow it. Who stops me? And this is the witness of will, that I will not. So the point is the one who embraces the new religion or new idea, abandoning one's previous ideas because you agreed that you have lost the argument, is a stronger person. Because challenge really comes with the loser. You can always say no, because agency का एक freedom तो है कि to be able to say no to whatever you have even committed earlier. That is what my freedom is. But to remain committed to that, and a big challenge of what you call unlearning or unowning what you owned and re-owning or owning the other's viewpoint is the biggest challenge that a loser has to face. And Samvaad, success of Samvaad lies not so much with the winner but with the loser. The question of agency. Unfortunately, we philosophy community don't talk about loser story. Those who have lost is forgotten. That is how history is written. That is how philosophy is written. So little we talk of Mandana Mishra. You can correct me, I think, is it Sureshwara? There is also another who also embraced in the south. So left the Mimamsa and joined the Vedantin Vaishnava tradition and become a staunch propounder of this. This requires enormous, and there is no one example. I am talking the second example also. So what you can see is the Samvaad tradition is not merely what you call dialogue with arguments and logic. There is a strong moral commitment. Let me see time. I will take another 2 minutes. I know otherwise I will eat up your time. See, this requires not only the line of arguments of defeat and winning, but also a commitment to that knowledge. And this commitment is not merely through arguments. This has to be experienced. This has to be felt. The feeling becomes a big component in the knowledge tradition. Unfortunately, we think, aesthetics, so it has to be. Ethics, so you have accepted. But I think this feeling that, yes, this is more beautiful, this is more right. And that is where a strong commitment of ethical and aesthetics is required in knowledge tradition. You cannot divide these three. Kant has done it, so you know it better. But this is paramount, and it has to be a foundation to the success of Samvaad tradition. Is the question of moral commitment and aesthetic feeling, even to feel that, yes, this is a better argument. And this feeling is very experiential. I wish I could talk on Gandhi because I thought you are chairing, I will speak and get my ideas cross-checked, but I will write to you sometimes. And thank you, I will end up here and the rest we can hear from the floor.
enriching session. So I would say that it's the benefit of calling colleagues, like-minded people, friends in the same session. So Artist Singh sir gave us a framework of methodology of Indian knowledge system, and sir took it forward and explained 3 forms of dialogue and how agency lies in there, and how freedom and moral commitment is there on the side of the lawyer. And they also understand that the expertise of chair and left the portion for the presidential speech. So now House is open to take some questions, and after that we'll have presidential speech. But before that, I welcome Dr. Ritu Jaiswal. Please welcome Assistant Professor in Department of Philosophy, Art Faculty. Ma'am will be chairing next session, and we also welcome Dr. Shivi Singh. She is our former colleague. Any questions, students, faculties? Yes, sir. Please.
There's one question, or rather you can say it's a bit doubt. Because when we talk about dialogue, it's the context of the dialogue is between two. Okay, Samvaad, even if there is a Vaad and Vivaad, also we have got the concepts of two. Now, when we come to another concept which we call it a discourse, then you have the two are merged in a discourse. And the discourse has got a contextual situation, and even it is away from the context also. So many times we are having a talk, and after from this talk, this context, if I go home, I may talk to my wife. Okay, I attended a seminar on this, and I attended the knowledge system and that, and my wife will again say to somebody else, and she will say to somebody else that, but the situation over here, that the context which I have perceived, now it is displaced in the discourse system. So how you should correlate that the Samvaad is not going to be displaced in the discourse system? Because
I think more questions. I think better that we take questions all.
Just I'll add one more word. Discourse is fine. Then gradually the narrative should come up.
okay, that's right.
But the narrative is something which is meant for the posterity.
This doesn't work, you have to make.
Sir, I find some sort of contradiction when we say that we are including the moral understanding of the other in the overall moral purview of the dialogue, okay? And the initial position of any person who is having the dialogue is the conviction in his or her own position, okay? If you are so considerate towards the position of the other, probably you will lose on the conviction you have for your own position. And as you said, that seems to be the first contradiction, okay, which I see here. Second contradiction which I see is coming with the notion of fear. That probably some sort of fear will already be in place that I might lose this argument, okay? And because of that, sense of fear, you might think that, okay, I have to win the argument. And in the process of winning, you have to make the other person lose the argument, okay? So, once again, fear is also working here to some extent, and then the moral bearing of this entire dialogue is not that powerful, because we have seen in so many circumstances that people do not want to agree with the other person even if they have lost the argument. So yes, I agree that it is the strength of the loser who is admitting to this entire scenario. But most often it could be that, okay, probably I'm not getting it right this time, but maybe next time, or I have just lost this argument, but still I have conviction in my own position. So how do we deal with all these sort of contradictions?
So we can take one more question. Yes, Ram.
So, I have a question of these two approaches of de-traditionalization and re-traditionalization, how do we reconcile between those two? Because in return to tradition, how to not get captivated by the tradition and still live the tradition, but yet not get bounded by the tradition. That a point that Hansraj sir made in this book, Enduring Colonialism, that Shankar's Brihadaranyaka Upanishad was far more original piece.
Better in the sense that they have arguments which are more substantive and they can be defended very, very consistently. In fact, when we choose the topic for our PhD research thesis and all that, we generally think that what topic should we choose? Topic should be such which can be defended, and there are some problematics into it which have to be resolved. What are the basic research questions which are fresh, up to date? So if you take up within one tradition, Vedanta tradition also, there are at least 12 traditions I have worked on it, and in some certain sense, Dvaita of Nagarjuna, Visishta Dvaita of Nagarjuna is 100 times better than what we have in Shankaracharya. But when we look at Shankaracharya from the logic point of view, then you have Vyavaharik stuff, Pradibhasik stuff and Paramarthik stuff. The difference is only of the degree, not of the kind. So the contradiction is not there. It's only that some knowledge is at a higher level. Yeah? Paramarthik, which is more universal. And the beauty of the term, like Professor Bhagat said, that the truth should be there. But truth as a cognitive category and truth as an ontological category. Because in Vedanta tradition it becomes a sub-gift existence. It becomes ontological. It's no longer a kind of category of cognition kind of a thing that is true for all the time. And truth in a certain sense compared to the other positions. Yeah? So it depends on which area and in what context you are arguing for it. That's why, the difference between Purva Paksha, Khandan and Uttar Paksha is not intact. It changes on many occasions. Yeah? So it keeps on developing. But the argument remains the same. Methodology is there. The actual application is something which varies from one place to another. That's why you have so many traditions. And no tradition is final. Everything is ad hoc.
Put it like this, that discourse is something that bounds any form of samvad and the context within which it is happening. So, as Professor Singh says, the absolute unconditioned truth looks more as an ideal desire. But what you always argue and arrive at is within a context. That is why there is always a possibility of re-questioning the truth that has been arrived at. That is why, counterpoint and point and counterpoint has been continuous process in Indian knowledge tradition, right? I mean, debates that Buddhist and Nyayayika has on error and there's so many of those. So, any knowledge that you did talk about is always within a context and a discourse that is taken, and there is a narrative as well. But ideal always remain about arriving at an unconditioned truth. Now that truth, whether it will always be reached out through the language or is in the realm of the unsayable. The idea of Brahman is to experience become a much more interesting point. I think that is where Swami Vivekananda is taking up spirituality as a spiritual experience, as a form of experience towards knowledge. That is very different from your tarika that you normally go in Anveksiki tradition. So that is what I am saying, that there is an ideal that is always desired there. But normal circumstances, when arguments are happening, it is a discourse within the context. The context changes, new questions can be raised, new dialogues new samvad, and that is how samvad tradition is still alive today. That is how I would put. Others we can, of course, I may not be able to answer to the satisfaction of all of you, but the conviction and fear The point that I'm saying is, if you are, I have said, the weakness of will, borrowing from Aristotle, that is always there. हम जानते हैं ये सही है, फिर भी हम नहीं करते हैं. And most of the time it happens like that only. So, हमें डर है कि मैं हार जाऊंगा. So, if the fear is predominant in my dialogue with Professor Raghuram Raju, so I stick on कि भाई मुझे हारना नहीं, मानना नहीं, then you are not into Samvaad in the true sense. You will be doing Vitanda or something, then I criticize him coming out of वो तो उनको कुछ आता नहीं. There are all kinds of things you can say. So, which is true. So the fear is in myself. In the kind of fear you are saying, fear is not so much about he will defeat me, but fear is in me, that I might get defeated. Then you are not going, or at least the Vada or Jalpa nahi kare. So you have to overcome that fear. But the fear that I was talking is the other way now. Fear from the other. मैं कुछ बोल दूंगा कि अमित शाह जी पकड़ लेंगे. The Vice Chancellor will send उपेंद्र जी कह देंगे कि मैडम वो तो ऐसे ऐसे बोल के गए थे हंसराज कॉलेज में. So if I get a notice, तो फिर वो डर होता है. So that fear also is an impediment to any Samvaad possible. That was my point. And conviction, in spite of the conviction, I have given examples of Mandana Mishra and Sureshwara. These are very rare things. Gandhi, for instance. Gandhi has, I think, critiqued and also accepted the mistakes he has done in life. The Samvaad, Gandhi was Satyagraha, that is what I wanted to say. Gandhi's experiment with truth. Satyagraha is an aim towards to cling, to hold on to that truth. He is a continuous dialogue within himself. And he is also accepting that this is what I made a mistake. So there is, if you are free from fear and prejudice, then Samvaad, either with the other or within, is possible. That is why I said fear and prejudice is the greatest impediment to any form of a dialogue possible. I think I will listen to you now.
Thank you, sir. And now I invite Professor Raghuram Raju for his presidential speech. And we are honored to have him as a resource person in our valedictory session. So we will get the chance there as well. So I want him is all yours, sir.
Thank you. I used by Professor Poena, that I consider both the presentations as coming from two others. So I have two others in front of me, and I don't want to do any injustice to them by adding something which they have not said. But I wanted to give agency to these two presentations in the following way. That agency is that instead of seeing these as two different presentations, I think both of them must have rehearsed these two presentations before they came here. One said, I will do this like a relay race. The other said, okay, I will do this. I think there is a division of labor. And I think that's very well crafted choreography that is in front of us. So I am not the author of this choreography. It is only that I read like a detective, detected it by listening to them carefully. I think Professor Singh presented a very rich resource in front of us and asked ONM to evaluate it, analyze it. So one is making rich spectrum of resources available in front of us. The other one is to start evaluating it by highlighting some points here and there. So that is the reason why I attribute what I am using it now, not as my own, but as deciphered from my two illustrious others, speakers. So the canvas Professor Singh placed in front of us is, as you know, is very vast. The characteristic feature of this presentation is making various knowledge systems from India available. Making available is not a simple thing. It is a specific activity, demands a different craftsmanship. Making available is a very, very important craft that the first world craftsman of making things available is Badarayana. He's the first compiler the world has produced. So making available is not a simple activity. It's a very, very foundational and a very intricate kind of an activity. And then what is one making available? One is not making available somewhat monotonous routine things. Making available that which is diverse and plural is much more difficult, because that requires not just putting things one after the other, but organizing them. Organizing difference is different from organizing same. I think that is the very important, complexity that is in front of us. And then the kind of knowledge systems like Professor Singh traversed are not only different, they are various. There is a difference between being different and being various. Various is much larger category than being different. It is possible to be different without being related, but it is not possible to be various without being related. Okay, I'm different. Not different from others, I don't know, I'm different. So it has more individualistic, subjectivistic categories than being various. Amongst various people, this is something that we found is one stance that we have. So what Professor Singh has presented is not only different philosophical systems, but various philosophical systems. And they are not from one particular room. There are different things in this room. But presenting, imagine somebody has to present different courses offered by Hansraj College from its inception till today. That's different from giving a list of different courses Hansraj College offers at this particular point of time. So that time sense across centuries is another characteristic feature of Professor Singh's presentations. Now, it is not just the difference both in time and space, and of course space is an important category, but also looking at the dynamic nature of it, what I call as ups and downs, contestations, not just continuities. So handling this is very, very difficult. But I thought also at the end, he didn't just close it after embarking on this arduous task. He also undertook the next step of where did we land subsequently. We landed with modernity. And that is the one thing, I think there he has gone slightly brief, but then he came up to compensate that by looking at the decolonizing aspect. So I thought that's the broad spectrum that I could get from the first presentation. Thank you so much for making that possible. Well, when we come to Oena, I think the Samvaad is a crucial terminology to add that not only dynamism but also evaluation. I think one thing that I found very interesting is that you're not talking about only two people in a dialogue, but the very process of a dialogue. The process of a dialogue is much more complex for the following reasons. Because the process of dialogue defines subjectivism. It allows, and it also defines objectivism. It presents the best form of intersubjectivism, which almost touches objectivism, yet doesn't become objectivism. I will repeat again. That it saves us from the dangers of subjectivism. It is not objectivism. It is intersubjectivism at its best, where the results becomes almost like objectivism, but yet not objectivism, because there are some serious problems with objectivism, which Kierkegaard has rightly pointed out to us. So that's something that I thought the Akshapada's reference brings us. Now I think the only problem that I wanted to place in front of you is that the open-endedness in Indian philosophy was once upon a time is seen as a weakness of Indian philosophy. In contrast, closures are taken as being virtuous. Systems that are closed, I remember my teacher saying that, is vague. Open means vague. Closure means discipline, concrete, substantial. I can tell you what is X Kant saying, what is Plato saying. Can you say that what is all these people except Shankara? That's the reason why people rallied around Shankara, not to other people, because of this open-endedness. Open-endedness are not considered as a virtue, it is considered as a terrible vice. And that is the reason why students are kept away from these systems, not because the systems are not good, but because they are vague and open-ended. So the virtues of open-endedness are becoming now, are coming back now, and because there is the closures are becoming wise, the limitations in the closing systems are being utilized. Now that's the point that I thought I would make it. I'll come back to this Akshyapada thing. I think Professor Akhil Vilgrami makes a very scintillating point in his essay on Gandhi, where he says, the liar knows about truth more than the truth teller. Because not only a liar, a truth teller says, there's water. Suppose if I have to tell you a lie, I have to say that this is not a water. So in a particular matter of speaking, even if I am not blasphemous, people like Plato and Aristotle are telling lies like this when they say that this world is Maya. No, this world is Maya. But then that I consider as it may be morally wrong, that is telling a lie may be morally wrong, but demands high cognitive competence. At most highest cognitive competence. That's the point that Akhil Vilgrami makes. So suppose if you permit me, I'll just try to use these three things that you mentioned from the taking things from Professor Singh's presentation. Vitanda requires more cognitive competence, though it is less on morals. Jalpa requires cognitive competence, and morality is more or less on equal terms. In the case of Vada, morality is more, but cognitive competence is less. So that's how I would find there is an inverse relation between cognitive competence and moral value in all these things. That's how I would like to grade the Vada tradition of Samvada tradition, particularly these three important aspects. So I would request you to consider not only the moral aspect of Samvada, but also cognitive requirements of Samvada. Okay, that's the point that I wanted to make. The third point that I wanted to submit to you is, in recognizing the other, I am actually, what's happening here is that there is when you say that we have to recognize the other. I think that's a great point, and I think I'm really floored when you said that Mandana Mishra is much more interesting character than the winner in this case. I think yes. I think it's a brilliant point. But then we need to really sit and decipher various shades, psychological, cognitive, and also epistemological positions of that category. I think unless we do that, it will just, it will remain what it is today. The reason why I'm saying is because if you look at the importance of other that Wainam also Professor Singh has highlighted, you find something very interesting which has a precedent in Nyaya philosophy. In Nyaya philosophy, knowledge does not consist in knowing what it is, but what it is not. That is the group of the other. That is, it is not this, but what this is not. So what this is not is infinite. Since it is infinite, it is, it is not building to power kind of a thing. So in other words, this is the axiom that moves us from self to the other. Other as a most important, site of operations. So here I want to recall that Akshapada Gautama is the one who defines what is a debate. You know what is the definition of debate from according to Akshapada? The definition of a debate according to Akshapada is the person who disagrees with the other should know about the other more than the other knows about himself or herself. That is the responsibility that you have. See, all these things are generally seen at a moral level. What I wanted to draw your attention is towards the cognitive competence that has an enduring value in a classical knowledge systems or any knowledge systems for that matter. Morality is fine, but I think morality based on, along with cognitive competence, will gel more in this thing. So, the last point that I wanted to make, can I make one more point?
Yes, thanks.
The last point that I wanted to make is that, see, at the end, referring to the Advaita, you said that Advaita is fine, but other is important. So I read it like this. See, there is a very interesting essay in Man and the World by Rabindranath Tagore, where he, I think it's a concept of man, where he says that he is drawn intellectually towards Advaita Vedanta of Shankaracharya. However, he finds that he can't be a creative writer if he believes in Advaita. Because Advaita considers creativity as Maya. You understand, everybody has their own problems. I mean, I want this, but this will not work for me. Okay? So that is something which is very, very interesting. So he says that painfully and uncomfortably, I want to be, but at the same time I don't want to leave Advaita, Vedanta. So painfully and uncomfortably, I want to be resistant Advaita. I don't think it is a good solution, but it tells us the kind of activity these guys had, during the colonial period. And I find that why you guys cannot be that active in a post-colonial era. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your presidential speech. Sir, I would say that you may not have choreographed, you may not have authored speech, but at the same time, no, he has given the music to your lyrics and make it more melodious, that it has reached, the knowledge has reached our soul, and we are going to keep it for the longer time. Thank you so much, sir. And I also take the opportunity to formally thank for the session. I thank both the resource person, Professor Bindu Prasad Raghvendra Pratap Singh and Professor Bhagat Toinam sir, and chair of the session, Professor Raghuram Raju sir. Thank you so much, sir. This session was completely enlightening, knowledgeable, and melodious. And I also thank Ramji Yadav sir for joining the session. I thank all the faculties who have joined from the other colleges, department, and from other departments. I also thank the organizing team and all the students, volunteers. Thank you all. And now all of you are invited for the high tea.
हरे देवी नारायणी नमोस्तुते सर्वस्वरूपे सर्वेशे सर्वशक्ति समन्विते भये भयास्त्रहिनो देवी दुर्गे देवी नमोस्तुते अस्याः सभायाः सन्मान्य अध्यक्ष महोदय समुपस्थित अधिकारिणः आदरणीय देव्यः सज्जनाः च सर्वेभ्यो मम प्रणामः स्वागतम वंदनम अभिनंदनम च करो। आज हमने इस सदन की नींव ठीक उसी विषय से रखी है जिस विषय पर हमारे सर्वोच्च मार्गदाता आदरणीय आचार्य श्री उपेंद्र सर ने उसको भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा एवं चिंतन के नैतिक मूल्यों सिद्धांतों पर हमारे साथ पिछले संगोष्ठी के प्रथम दिवस पर बनाई थी। हम उसी नींव से दुर्गा सप्तशती वह पाठ जिसका अनुग्रह और अनुवाद हमारे साथ आदरणीय प्रोफेसर रामजी यादव ने भी करा था कल, ठीक उसी पाठ से इस संगोष्ठी का, इस कार्यकाल का हम अनुवाद भी कर रहे हैं। और एक ठीक उसी दुर्गा सप्तशती की शक्ति आज हमारे साथ डॉक्टर रीतू जायसवाल मैम के स्वरूप में भी प्रस्तुत है।
We hope that the sessions by such erudite resource persons as of the ones we had yesterday and the esteemed ones we have seated amongst us have allowed you all to really delve into the subject matter of our topic and our theme till now, and allowed you to extrapolate an immense exposure of this topic. Moving further, I would like to quote what Professor R.P. Singh sir mentioned earlier in the session today, that India is a colossal continuum of culture, content, conflict and confluence. And that Professor Brajesh Kumar sir mentioned yesterday that not everything is philosophy, but everything can be philosophized. Hence, amassing such philosophizing and depth of views, we have a paper presentation session being chaired by Dr. Ritu Jaiswal. I would like to invite Professor Rajesh Tripathi sir and Professor Surabhi Unyal ma'am to facilitate the chair. At the Department of Philosophy, Delhi University, and has specializations in social and political philosophy, philosophy of science, and having publications on articles on Rawls, individualism and collectivism, and many more to count, as well as having presented a plethora of papers and providing research guidance to a number of scholars. Before we begin, we shall go through some instructions. 10 minutes shall be given for each paper presentation, and everyone is requested to put their phones on silent mode. The question answer round will commence at the end.
मैंने प्रियांशी से अनुरोध करा कि सदन के इस सदन को उन्हीं महावाक्यों से हम इच्छा व्यक्त करते हैं शुरुआत करने की, जो कल हमारे साथ इस संगोष्ठी के अंदर हमारे आदरणीय प्रोफेसर सुरभि उनियाल मैम ने कहे थे। और उन्हीं प्रश्नों के साथ जो युधिष्ठिर ने भीष्म से कहे थे कि को धर्म सर्वधर्माणां भवतः परमो मतः किम जपन्मुच्यते जंतुर्जन्म संसार बंधनात्। ये प्रश्न हमारे इस संगोष्ठी के इस सेशन के अंदर और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के उस रास्ते को प्रज्वलित अनंत शेष समय से करते आ रहे हैं। और इसी क्रम में आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं हमारी प्रथम वक्ता स्वाति कुमारी को इनवाइट करता हूं पेपर प्रेजेंट मैम।
Myself Swati Kumari, a PhD research scholar from Delhi University. The title of my topic is The Global Relevance of Indian Ethics and Exploration of Timeless Values, Dharma. Dharma, one of the four prasarthas of Hinduism, finds its roots in the ancient Indian text. These texts, spanning centuries and diverse philosophical traditions, provide a window into the evolution and multifaceted nature of the Dharma. The earliest mention of Dharma appear in the Vedas. In Vedas, Dharma is associated with Rita, the cosmic order that governs the universe. The Upanishad, philosophical treatise associated with the Vedas, emphasize Dharma as a universal principle of law, righteousness and truth. For example, the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad mentions Yathava Shakhayam Vriksho Viple Tishtati Natam Bhumi Pratishtham Gacchati Tatha Purusho Dharmam Samvrinoti Natam Kamam Pratishtham Gacchati. That is, just as a tree, when cut at its roots, stands firmly without wavering, so too a person, when established in Dharma, does not waver from the ultimate reality. Further, the later text Dharma Sutra lay out practical rules and rituals associated with different social classes and stages of life, ashrams. The Manusmriti elaborate on social duties and obligations based on one and ashram. While these texts can be criticized for perpetuating social hierarchies, they also emphasize the importance of living a virtuous life and contributing to social well-being. The Ramayana and Mahabharata, epics of Hinduism, showcase the concept of Dharma in action. These stories depict characters grappling with moral dilemmas and yet fulfilling their Dharma, even in challenging circumstances. Moreover, across diverse religions like Buddhism, Dham, Jainism, Dharma, and Sikhism, Dharam, the concept of Dharma is reinterpreted and emphasized. Now, with this multifaceted nature of Dharma, this paper shall explore timeless value of Dharma through some interviewing questions. The first question is, to what extent is Dharma universal, applying to all individuals regardless of culture, and to what extent it is particular, adapting to specific social context and personal circumstances? As a central concept in Hinduism, Dharma embodies both universal ethical principles and a framework that adapts to a specific context. Some universal aspects of Dharma are righteous conduct, harmony and order. Across Hindu texts, Dharma is associated with right action, fulfilling one's duties and living a moral life. The Bhagavad Gita emphasizes the importance of fulfilling one's Dharma regardless of personal desires. Further, Dharma is seen as underlying principle that maintains cosmic order and social harmony. Following one's Dharma ensures the well-ordered functioning of the universe. However, the particular aspects of Dharma are 1. Social class and ashram, also individual circumstances. Dharmic duties vary based on one's social class and stage of life. As a merchant's dharma differs from that of a student or a priest. Moreover, Dharma acknowledges the complexities of life. Situations may arise where fulfilling one's duty might cause harm. Texts like Mahabharata discuss the concept of Dharma Sankat, where the most appropriate course of action is determined based on specific circumstances. Therefore, Dharma presents a dynamic framework. Its core principle of ethical conduct and social order hold true universally. However, its application adapts to the specific context of an individual's social standing, life stage, and unique circumstances. This balance between universality and particularity allows Dharma to provide guidance for a diverse range of situations and individuals. The next question is, can the emphasis on fulfilling one's dharma coexist with the emphasis on individual autonomy and freedom of choice prevalent in modern societies? Further, can dharma be secular? So here, although dharma traditionally understood to emphasize duties and responsibilities within societal and familial structure rather than individual rights, however, modern interpretation can align dharma with individual rights by recognizing that fulfilling one's duty includes respecting the rights of others. For instance, the Bhagavad Gita promotes the idea of selfless action, karma yoga, which can be interpreted as acting in a way that respects the right and dignity of others. With respect to freedom of choice, while dharma often involves adhering to prescribed duties and responsibilities, it also allows for personal agency and discernment. In the Mahabharata, characters like Arjuna grapple with moral dilemmas and yet exercise their freedom of choice within the framework of dharma. Similarly, modern interpretation of dharma can acknowledge the importance of individual autonomy and the right to make choices as long as those choices do not infringe upon the rights and well-being of others. Further, the focus of dharma on its moral and ethical dimensions rather than its religious connotation make it compatible with secularism. For example, values like compassion, justice, non-violence, emphasized in various dharmic traditions, can form the basis of a secular ethical framework that respects diversity and pluralism. So, dharma in its essence transcends religious boundaries and can be interpreted in a secular context as an underlying principle of ethical living. The next question is, what does the concept of dharma imply for our responsibilities as global citizens in a world facing interconnected challenges? The concept of dharma traditionally focused on individual roles within a specific social context. In contemporary globalized world, it can be reinterpreted to encompass a wider sense of responsibility. In the words of Arvind Sharma, since globalization fosters interdependence across societies and cultures, dharmic responsibility can extend beyond immediate circle to encompass the well-being of the entire humanity. In addition, core dharmic values like non-violence, truthfulness, and compassion can be applied to address global challenges like poverty, war, and climate change. Hence, working towards a just, fair, and sustainable world becomes a form of fulfilling one's dharma. For example, the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam as a dharma in globalized world compels us to recognize our responsibility towards the welfare of the entire planet and its inhabitants. Moreover, raising awareness about global issues, supporting organizations working towards positive change, and promoting peace and understanding can be seen as dharmic acts. Since dharma encourages living in harmony with nature, thus reducing one's carbon footprint, adopting sustainable practice, and advocating for environmental protection are all expressions of dharmic responsibility. Therefore, by reinterpreting dharma to encompass a broader sense of community, applying its core values to global challenges, and taking action to promote a more just and sustainable world, individuals can fulfill their dharma in a globalized context. In this way, dharma becomes a guiding force for positive change that transcends geographical and cultural boundaries. I won't be able to read my all questions, all answers, so I just read the question and I should conclude right now. The fourth question I mentioned that what are the implications of embracing dharma as a guiding ethical framework for promoting peace and conflict resolution on a global scale? The fifth question is, how do the timeless values embedded in dharma inform our approach to sustainability and environmental stewardship on a global scale? To conclude, dharma, one of the values of Indian knowledge system, transcends religious boundaries and cultural differences, offering a timeless wisdom that resonates with the fundamental aspiration of humanity. As we navigate the complexities of modern world, by embracing the values embedded in Dharma empowers us to live with integrity, compassion and reverence for all life, thereby contributing to the well-being of present and future generations. Through ongoing dialogue, interpretation and action informed by Dharma, we can strive towards a world characterized by peace, justice and ecological harmony. Now I am ending here with a saying from yesterday's lecture of Professor Krishna Misra sir. हम उतनी ही मात्रा में मनुष्य हैं जितनी मात्रा में हम धर्म का पालन करते हैं.
Thank you, Swati Kumarji, for sharing your views and ideas on this topic. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Nandini Khalta to present their views.
My name is Nandini. I'm a doctoral fellow in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT. So the title of my presentation is Ethics and Politics of the Neo-Vaishnavite Movement in Assam. The Neo-Vaishnavite movement of Assam, initiated by Shankar Deva, is often celebrated for ushering in an age of socio-cultural renaissance in the 15th and 16th centuries. The entire Brahmaputra valley, including Coach Bihar, became infused with a new life, full of religious fervor and literary sensibility during that period. This religious movement premised upon the ideal of devotion or bhakti, offered a very fertile milieu for the development of many existing languages and also the emergence of a new one called Brajvali. Brajvali is an artificial literary language that became the language of Krishna Bhakti across entire eastern India. Neo-Vaishnavism was marked by a kind of Bhagavata emotionalism. S. C. Mukherjee explains, it was probable that during the regime of the Karnataka Senas, Neo-Vaishnavism developed in Bengal. This emotional cult, Bhakti cult, with a great deal of sublimated erotic element in it, culminated in the composition of Gita Govinda by Jayadeva, who according to many scholars was an inhabitant of the western part of Bengal. The Vaishnava tenets, however, underwent profound changes during the period under review. The most important of these was the gradual dominance of the pastoral life of Krishna and his alliances with the gopis. The Gita Govinda, which chiefly dwells upon the amours of Radha and Krishna, has been highly venerated by the Vaishnavas all over India. Before the Neo-Vaishnavite movement swept across the entire region and Krishna Bhakti became popular, the cults of Shaivism, Shaktism and Tantricism were very powerful in Assam. Each of those cults have their own conception of God, distinct religious texts and different types of rituals. Shankar Deva's Ekshara Namdharam aggressively competed with all of them before emerging as one of the most powerful social and cultural forces in the region. The Bhakti Singh was confronted with immense opposition from different quarters while propagating his religion. As the name itself implies, Vaishnavism, one of the most popular cults of Hinduism, revolves around the worship of Vishnu, who is considered to be the supreme deity. The concept of Bhakti was at the center of this religion. One of the earliest references to the word Bhakti, which has become a signifier of a kind of loving devotion towards the Godhead, is found in the Svetaswara Upanishad. This word occurs in the concluding verse of the Upanishad that emphasizes on the necessity of devotion for God and the Guru for attaining enlightenment. It stems from the root word bhaj, which refers to sharing and apportioning. The doctrine of Bhakti, which is a crucial feature of Vaishnavism, was not conspicuous in the Vishnu worship of the Vedas and Brahmanas, as Vishnus of the Brahmanas is more intimately connected with Yajna than with Bhakti or Prasada. Vasudeva Krishna was at the root of the cult of Bhakti that came to be designated as Vaishnava at a comparatively later stage of its growth. The Vedic conception of the solar god Vishnu and the Brahminical one of the cosmic god Narayana were merged in that of the hero god Vasudeva Krishna of the epic, and the consequence of this amalgam is the creation of the cult of Bhakti. This merging resulted in transfer of myths. Several myths of Vishnu were transferred to Krishna, where Krishna appeared as a hero, a demigod or incarnate god. I want to point out that Vishnu, one of the three deities comprising the Trinity, along with Shiva, gradually overshadowed the premier member of the Trinity, which is obviously Brahma. Many religious texts composed during that period, including the Puranas, are replete with references to these two gods. Sensing that the Brahmanical pretensions have caused a rift between man and God, Shankardeva endeavored to preach a new religion with the concept of bhakti at its core. According to him, it is only through bhakti, the spiritual realization of the Supreme, is possible. The theme of surrender before the Supreme is very crucial to Shankardeva's religious philosophy. According to him, the world of phenomena has no reality, and without bhakti, one cannot see through the illusion. Though devotional mysticism accords primacy to bhakti, it is not antithetical to knowledge. According to Shankardeva, knowledge illuminates the way to liberation. It is a necessary corollary of bhakti, and without bhakti, true knowledge is simply impossible. Knowledge in his philosophy is revealed as an ethical issue involving questions of belief and devotion and their implications on the life of the community. For him, the question of knowledge is located in the phenomenality despite contemplating on the transcendental phenomena. Simply put, wisdom is firmly situated in the human even while contemplating on something that exceeds the human. Shankardeva's theology was greatly shaped by the teachings contained in the Bhagavad Purana, and he placed Krishna in the supreme position. Shankardeva's brand of mysticism problematized some commonly held assumptions about mysticism in the East. It has often been claimed that mysticism in the East encourages isolation of the self. But that hardly seems to be true in Shankardeva's case. The ineffable nature of mystical experience did not deter him from guiding his followers about how to lead a mystical life. According to him, the ultimate goal of the mystics, which is communion with the divine, cannot be addressed in a short span of time. A mystical life demands great patience and endeavor. He goes on to claim that by participating in Shravana and Kirtana, one can be initiated into the mystic life. Shravana is listening to tales of Lord's greatness, and Kirtana means prayer. Both these modes of devotion are privileged by Shankardeva over others. Chaitya argues that Shankardeva's attempt to initiate others into a mystic life is consistent with his conviction that mystical experience is not an individual experience, and it is effective not in isolation but always in association. According to D. Sartiu, the discovery of an other is essential or inevitable to mystical traditions in the West, whereas in the East, it is more of a wrenching of the fragile veil of an ungrounded consciousness under the pressure of a reality that engulfs it. Many scholars like him seem to be convinced of the fact that mysticism in the West is marked by characteristic activism, and in the East, it is marked by some kind of quietism. I want to argue that such binaries do not hold in the case of Shankardeva's brand of mysticism. I want to suggest that it neither upholds quietude nor inactivity, and most certainly recognizes the other. Levinas talks about the role of the other in the founding of selfhood. However, unlike the imperialist project of defining the self, in terms of its difference from the other, the Levinasian idea considers the response of the self to the other to be a constitutive principle of the self. He links ethics to this very response. In fact, for him, ethics is just calling into question of my spontaneity by the presence of the other. For Levinas, the self always must be inclined towards the other, as it is nothing but that response to that other. It naturally follows from his argument that the realm of ethics can be reached only by entering a dialogic situation. Recognizing the importance of language as the field where dialogic exchanges can take place, Levinas notes in the section titled Discourse on Ethics in its Totality and Infinity, in its expressive function, language precisely manages the other, to whom it is addressed, whom it calls upon or invokes. To be sure, language doesn't consist in invoking him as being represented in thought, but this is why language institutes a relation irreducible to the subject-object relation, the revelation of the other. In this revelation, only can language as a system of signs be constituted. The other called upon is not something represented, is not a given, is not a particular through one side, already open to generalization. Language, far from presupposing universality and generality, first makes them possible. Language presupposes interlocutors, a plurality. Their commerce is not a representation of one by the other, not a participation in universality on the common plane of language. Their commerce, as we shall shortly show, is ethical. I want to argue that ethics in Shankardeva's philosophy too is linked to the awareness of the other. Through his various writings, he has stressed on the ongoing obligation towards the other. He doesn't talk about renouncing the world, but goes on to give a detailed account of how one should treat others in some of his texts. I want to further suggest that his religious order represented a space where the self could enter into a dialogic encounter with the other, as it doesn't rely upon marginalization of some other to derive its stability. I want to claim that recognizing the ethical dimension of language, he pushes its boundaries, changing language games and creating more possibilities of dialogicity. I want to suggest that he managed to accomplish this through Ankiyanat by highlighting its dialogic potential. Bakhtin did not see much possibility of dialogicity in drama as he did in the case of novel. According to him, it is only in the latter, a plurality of independent and unheard voices in consciousness, a genuine polyphony of fully valid voices can be created. He considered drama to be a mere representation of dialogue between characters rather than being dialogic in form. The dialogic potential of Ankyana is manifested at multiple levels. The plays are written in Brajvali, a dialect with elements from Assamese, Bengali and Nepali languages instead of Assamese to reach out to a larger audience. They are not performed on elevated stages but in community prayer halls for Navgas. The spectator who enters a bhavana is confronted, or an Ankyana is confronted with a vague sense of performance space, since there isn't much attempt to divide the stage between the actors and the spectators. The spectator in such a scenario is forced to question his role in the entire performance, as he can no longer be a passive consumer of whatever unfolds in front of him. Undoubtedly, all these factors shape the contours of the audience's experience of the performance. It will not be an exaggeration to claim that Shankardeva's theatre becomes a socio-ritual site, which opens up possibilities of communication across multiple levels. Interestingly, it was not that Shankardeva did not have any knowledge regarding the use of stage in dramatic performances. In fact, he used it himself for his first play, called Chennai Yatra, but never did it again for any other play of his. Music and dance also play very important roles in most of his Ankyanas. Shankardeva instructed certain... do I need to write? Right, just to I'm done. Okay, so this is move to the last section. Right. I argue that dialogicity in Ankyana is linked to the larger goal of Shankardeva's religion, which represented a dialogic space where the process of construction of the self doesn't rely on the marginalization of the other. In fact, this form of dance drama was invented in the first place to popularize the Bhakti Singh's religious ideas. One of the most important aspects of Ekshara Namdharam in the medieval period was its rejection of the caste system. That's part. John Kino points out that the Bhakti movement has often been wrongly seen as a promoter of social equality by many contemporary scholars. He is right in claiming that any tradition that adopted a non-discriminatory stand towards marginalized groups in the pre-modern world has been interpreted as a struggle for equality. I argue that Shankardeva may not have strived for social equality, but his religious order was marked by an inclusive stance towards marginalized groups. Certainly, the modern concept of equality proves inadequate in imagining the pre-modern world of the Bhakti sect. I want to sum up by saying that though Shankardeva's religious order doesn't attempt to ensure that everyone has similar social positions, it hints at the possibility of equal status before God. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nandini, for sharing your views and intelligence over this topic. Next, I would like to call Ms. Nancy Yadav to present their paper.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nancy Yadav. I'm a research scholar at Center for Philosophy, Nevada University. The topic of my paper is mind, language and the self in the Pratavidya philosophy of non-dual Kashmir Shaivism. Thinker Marco Ferrante notes that the earliest Buddhist philosophy of the Abhidharma tended to accept the basic unchangeable units of reality, dharmas. However, the later developments in the school, especially the main school of Mahayana Buddhism, asserted a notion of dependent nature of dharmas, thus taking the notion of causal dependence to its extremes. With this debate, the nature of self and personhood started to emerge in Indian philosophy in the 5th or 6th century Common Era. Debates on the existence of self were divided between two sides. The Atmavadins, those that supported the notion of a real existence of the self, normally the Brahminical schools of Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisheshik, Purvamamsa and Uttarmamamsa and Kashmir Shaivism. The Buddhists, on the other hand, propounded the doctrine of the no self, that is, Nair Atmavad. Tattva Sangha, a Buddhist text from 800 Common Era, mentions the views on self of 6 different schools of Indian philosophy. Debates around the notion of consciousness, language and the self and conceptions of various concepts by thinkers of different schools have richly added to the Indian philosophical tradition. The Brahminical schools of Indian philosophy believe self to be an essential aspect of human psychological makeup, which controls and coordinates the physical and mental makeups of personhood, i.e. Antaryami. They deem the self to be a permanent substance, dravya, and non-changing. Nyaya logicians contend that awareness is an episodic property and is intentional, that is directed towards something. The self can be an object of cognition but not of perceptual or immediate awareness, and according to most Nyaya thinkers, the self is known by inference. And awareness is known in apperception or anuvyavasai, which is an awareness whose object is an immediately preceding awareness. However, Advaita Vedanta contends that the Nyaya view succumbs to infinite regress. The Buddhists propound the doctrine of Nairatmyavad, that is no self. In Buddhism, Anatman, existence of no self, along with suffering, dukkha, and impermanence, anitya, are the key features of Buddha's teachings. According to Buddha, the human physical and mental makeup is made of 5 basic aggregates, skandhas, namely body, roop, feeling, vedana, mental content of sensory perception, samyan, and mental dispositions that cause mental and external activities like hunger, anger, jealousy, etc., sanskar, and consciousness of one's own mental states, i.e. vigyan. They are commonly referred to as nam-rup, name and form. Nama refers to the 4 mental aggregates of perception, feelings, volitions, and consciousness, and Rupa refers to the material body. Buddha claims that none of the 5 aggregates can be the self, since none of it is permanent or act as a controller. The Rup skandhas cannot be the self, so the body is subject to change and is not permanent. Similarly, the Nam skandha, or the mental aggregates of feelings, perception, volitions, and consciousness, are impermanent. Buddha denies the existence of a mind and instead contends that what one really experiences is just a series of mental events that are instantaneous, pass in a moment, and are connected by a cause and effect relationship. This stream of events is commonly mistaken for a reified entity like a mind existing over them. Buddha contends that the self, if it exists, should be the controller and not controlled. Since the Nam-Rup skandhas, namely the body, feeling, perception, volition, and consciousness, can be changed, it cannot be the self. The Buddhists deem the self, if it exists, to be the controller, which performs the executive function. In the Anatma Lankar Sutra, they put forth their argument from control. For the Buddhists, the skandhas can be controlled and one can dislike or desire to change one's bodily forms, feelings, perception, and volition, consciousness. Thus, none of the skandhas can be the self. Buddhists refute the existence of self on ground of arguments from permanence and control. For the Buddhists, thus the self is a fabricated notion of an endless chain of real momentary cognitive states connected by causal relations. Thinker Mark Sedetris notes that from the exhaustive principle, a person is nothing outside the Nam-Rup skandha laid out by the Buddhists. However, he notes this principle fails to take into account the very private and subjective dimension of personhood. It is this notion of the Buddhists that the Shaivite thinkers will raise in their arguments against the Nairatmyavad of the Buddhists. Before going into the arguments of Shaivites against Buddhists, I think it's only proper to discuss a brief history of the developments of Kashmir Shaivism school. Shaivism in India is very old, with the earliest evidence being traced to the Pashupati seal from Indus Valley civilization. Shaiva groups, diverse though they were, accepted the Shaiv Tantras as the spiritual authority. Eminent Shaivite scholar Mark Bukowski, in his book The Doctrine of Vibration, enumerates various Shaiva groups based on the Agam canon they were affiliated to. The Shaiv Siddhant school of South India, whose founder was Amar Duck, is primarily concerned with ritual and devotes relatively little space to philosophical matters or even yoga. It gives much emphasis to worship of Shiva in the form of phallus and is based on well-defined dualism, according to which there are 3 basic realities, namely Shiv, the fettered soul, and the factors that bind it. The Bhairav Tantras, based on the 64 non-dual Bhairav Agams, form a major source for the Kashmir Shaivites. Important precursors of the Agam Shaivite groups were the Pashupatas and the Kapalikas. Other important Shaivite groups are those of Kaulas, who are monist in outlook. The original Tantras of these groups were the Bhairav and the Varna Tantras, which are strongly Shakta in tone. Shivagam was initiated by the revelation of the Shiv Sutra, or the aphorisms of Shiv, to Vasugupta in the beginning of the 9th century Common Era. He founded the Trika system, which is based on the Agam scriptures. There are 92 Agam texts in total, out of which Shiv Sastras are 10 and belong to the dualist Apar school of Trika. Rudra Shastras 18 belong to the mono-dualist Parapara school, and Bhairav Shastras 64, which belong to the non-dualist Para school of the system. Alexis Sanderson traces the developments of non-dualist Shaivite philosophy to the second half of 9th century's Common Era, to the works of Vasugupta and Bhattakalika, Shiv Sutras and Spandakarika respectively. This stemmed from an opposition to the Shiv Siddhant school of Shaivism. Somanand, the author of Shiv Drishti, is credited as the founder of Pratavigya school of recognition of non-dual Kashmir Shaivism. His disciple Utpal Dev improved Somanand and presented the Pratavigya philosophy clearly in his Ishwar Prativigya Karika. Later, Abhinav Gupta, the stalwart figure of Kashmir Shaivite philosophy, wrote 2 commentaries on it, namely Ishwar Prativigya Karika Vimarshini and Ishwar Prativigya Vivartaveshni. Main preoccupations of Utpal Dev's version of the Prativigya is to counter the Buddhist criticism of the idea that conscious beings possess a unitary cognitive component that persists throughout lifetime and is possibly beyond. Utpal Dev's rejection of Nirmatyavad develops in his first chapter of Ishwar Prativigya Karika. His arguments against the Buddhist position rest on an analysis of the nature of memory, a sort of cognition that the author views as a privileged case study. Since memory is temporally extended, it is intuitive to associate it with subject that experiences that persists over time. According to Abhinav Gupta's explanation, Utpal Dev distinguishes between 2 categories of being, conscious and unconscious. However, this distinction is only apparent since the unconscious entities ontologically depend on conscious ones. According to Abhinav Gupta's explanation, this is due to the fact that an insentient object cannot be cognized independently from a conscious subject. To analyze the arguments, I think it's necessary to analyze the relationship between knowledge and consciousness between various schools of Indian philosophy. So Matilal has formulated 2 main theses that Indian philosophers have formulated when dealing with problems of knowledge. One is thesis 1 that contains the cognition C1 grasps itself and also the object. Second is grasps only an object. The second thesis is that a cognition grasps an object and also itself. P1, that is a cognition apprehends an object and simultaneously itself, is endorsed by the Buddhists of Ramangar and the Prabhakaras of Mimamsa. However, the Mimamsaka recognized, just like forward. The Prativigya thinkers Utpal Dev accept the conception of self-awareness propounded by the Buddhist Pramanvadins. Thus, Prativigya elaboration of Samvedana or some self-awareness is heavily influenced by Buddhists, but they rejected on the grounds of purporting a self that is rooted in language. So they give the concept of Prakash, which is in philosophy of mind can be likened to first order representations, and the concept of Vimarsh, which can be likened to second order representations in philosophy of mind. For the Shaivite philosophers, both Prakash and Vimarsh occur simultaneously, and it is rooted in language, from where this is where they draw from Bhartrhari a lot. And ultimately, I think I'll just conclude now. In a larger belief, not dualist philosophy, Prativigya philosophers propound the view that consciousness is pervasive and ultimately identified with the universal subject, i.e. Shiva. They also claim quite vigorously that the conscious component of experience is not limited to the mental dimension. It is actually ubiquitous and present in every aspect of reality, even in material things. Thus, Kashmir Shaivism asserts the ultimate reality known as Shiva or Param Shiv is pure consciousness. This consciousness is not just an abstract principle. It is considered the substratum of all existence, pervading and transcending the entire universe. The Prativigya school stress on the recognition of self is the ultimate pure consciousness, i.e. Shiva. Thank you.
To the chair and to my dear friends. So my topic is exploring the dichotomy between Indian knowledge and practice, cows, dairy and ethical considerations. Yesterday, when we were attending the other lectures, we came to know a lot about practicality of knowledge. Any knowledge which is just confined to theoretical aspects, that kind of knowledge, I don't know what worth of that knowledge is if we are not able to apply that. And we also focus upon the ethical imperatives. We are talking about ethical imperatives as in what can we take from our knowledge systems and implement in our daily lives. So it is only imperative upon us to look back and understand our knowledge systems and to apply them to our daily lives. So my paper will basically be focusing upon, the paper aims to dwell into the intricate intersection of Indian knowledge systems, their adjacent imperatives and contemporary animal ethics, with a particular focus on the ethical complexities surrounding the treatment of cattle. So, as we all know, in Indian culture, cattle is revered for the most part. We have in the northern India, we have something called Govardhan Puja, which happens around Diwali. In South India, I have my friend Leela Dharan. He told me in southern India there is Pongal. So we have a lot of reference towards our cattle. And in a traditional sense, cattle were meant to be kept as, they were almost members of the household. But now with factory farms and stuff like that, the relationship has been, I would say, it has changed significantly. So I'd like to focus on that. So first, I'd like to try to understand what ahimsa is actually. What is the meaning of ahimsa? And for that, I particularly dwell upon three sources, that is the Bhagavad Gita, ahimsa in Jainism, and the concept of metta in Buddhism. These are my three sources of knowledge. Right. So first and foremost, we look upon the Bhagavad Gita, wherein the Bhagavad Gita tells us that ahimsa is not an external code of conduct that has to be applied forcefully into our lives. It is rather part of, growing spiritually. It is part of our personality. It has to be inculcated in such. It is not something that is to be forced upon us, right? So I have a few verses here. Lord Krishna, the possessor of all opulence, fearlessness, pure-heartedness, established in the wisdom of discrimination of spirit and matter by the science of uniting the individual consciousness with unlimited ultimate consciousness, charity, self-restraint, performance of sacrifice, study of Vedic scripture, austerity, uprightness, and here comes non-violence, truthfulness, aversion to fault finding, compassion to all beings. So it is sternly highlighted here as if you want to grow spiritually, if you want to bring change into yourself, ahimsa becomes a non-negotiable aspect to some extent. Now we look upon Jainism. Of course, we know there is no other school of thought that propounds this value of ahimsa as well as Jainism. Jainism, one of the central tenets of Jainism is ahimsa. So from the current sutra, I have some words. We kill ourselves as soon as we intend to kill others. Ahimsa sprouts from a person's inner awakening. So from the former part, we talked about how ahimsa dwells with inner transformation. And now here we talk about how ahimsa is also related to inner awakening. It's not just some physical code of conduct, right? And now we have the metta in Buddhism. Metta in Buddhism is basically, it talks about loving kindness, which doesn't extend, which actually extends beyond what we like and dislike. It's not that if I like my friend Ayush, then I'd only be compassionate to him. It extends beyond humans, it extends to animals as well. So, as we can completely see, the idea of ahimsa is deeply rooted in our philosophical systems, and I have a paucity of time, so it's not possible for me to read all that I have written, but we can clearly see that it is deeply rooted, and it is also not expected of me to explain it completely, because people have written entire books on the value of ahimsa and the meaning of ahimsa, but this is my understanding of ahimsa, which I have tried to bifurcate into three things. Firstly, ahimsa presents itself as a multifarious value pervading through multiple aspects of human life, as opposed to being constricted in vague sense of enforced non-violence through an external code of conduct, right? Secondly, upon basic juxtaposition of varied understandings from different schools of thought, it becomes clear that most of these traditions emphasize interconnectedness and unity of all life forms and the universe. That is another aspect. And thirdly, the immense value of compassion and altruism uncovers itself as the concept of ahimsa. So these are my understandings from the works which I read, right? Now I'd like to juxtapose this with the current dairy industry. What are the norms of the current dairy industry? Again, here I go into much detail, which is not possible to do the paucity of time. So I just read the newspaper clippings, right? Which are credible sources of information. Buffaloes in Delhi's main dairy facility stand knee deep in foul smelling excrement, suffering from skin infections, foot diseases, and other illnesses. Garbage is piled up everywhere, drainage, electricity, and designated waste disposal sites are lacking. In Mumbai, calves are highly tethered on short ropes in order to prevent them from reaching their mothers, but in struggle to get free, they often become entangled in the ropes and strangle themselves. The animals are often brutally hit with sticks or chains, punched and kicked and subjected to sexual abuse as workers shove their fingers inside the cow's sensitive genitals. There is no veterinary doctor on board. Many of the dairy owners self-medicate the animals in order to save costs. So, as we can see from these examples, this is not an ideal situation. Now it is upon us as people, as if to our principles have to be confined only to books and theory, or they have to be applied in real life. Now I'd like to explain how the current situation of dairy presents a dichotomy with our Indian understanding. First and foremost, we talked about inner development, and we talked about it, ahimsa, as being related to the inner self, related to inner growth. So, in the dairy industry, animals are not seen as living entities. They're seen as, like, there's a very particular term, cash cows, which we use. So they're particularly seen as just entities which are to be used and, made money out of. They're not seen as living entities which have some intrinsic value. Now this is about Indian traditional systems, but we also have the works of Peter Singer, who tells about suffering. If an animal can suffer, right? If there is suffering, and he also talks about speciesism, like we had racism and stuff like that. We also have speciesism, like it's almost like a sense of racism if you're not treating living entities right. Animals like cows are very complex, if not more complex than us. They surely suffer, they express their emotions, right? So there's certainly a moral ditch that needs to be looked at here. Now we talk about the disregardness of interconnectedness of life of all unity. So we believe that all life is interconnected to some extent, and even the disruption of the most basic sense causes a big ripple effect, right? So if we are disrupting this thing as such and only looking at animals as with the anthropogenic eyes, then we are forced to just focus upon the aspects of money making, and we are not completely moral in our understanding. I've been told to conclude soon, so I'll just skip all this and I'll go to my practical solutions that I can think of. And this is a very basic model that I have thought of. It is very rudimentary and it is not infallible. Of course, it has ditches, and it is subject to change. As there are different different conditions, we can apply the model differently. But I'll principally highlight my model framework. So first and foremost, it's the establishment of basic ethical standards. Basic minimum conditions for the welfare of cattle will be established, including provisions for clean living conditions, access to food and water, veterinary care, and human handling practices. Right? Then there's second one, government oversight and monitoring. We need a government body to actually monitor these. So the government will establish a regulatory body tasked with monitoring the sale of cattle and ensuring compliance with ethical standards in dairy farming practices. We see overcrowding a lot. People don't have the capabilities to hold that amount of cattle, but they'll still buy a lot of cattle, and then they don't have the resources to sustain them. So they end up living in very pitiful conditions. So the government can form bodies wherein only the amount of cattle a person can sustain should be handled out to that person, right? And then we have incentives for compliance. Of course, there are many people who don't have the capabilities to give basic ethical standards to cattle, so we can provide them with incentives, and we can have certification and labeling. That is the next point, which is on practices and produce that have been through ethical standards and through ethical considerations. Government can appoint a stamp, and we as people can only purchase products which adhere to these principles. And at the last part, I would just say that in Indian philosophy, we talk a lot about theory and practice, and we talk a lot about differences, right? So even if your understanding is different than mine, you still have to hear me. Even if you think it is useless, you still have to lend your ear out to me, right? And I'd also like to say that in our dairy industries, the role of public awareness is also paramount, because it's not some distant problem that we are dealing with. You and I are buying dairy, and I'm not saying that we should completely eradicate dairy from the Indian markets, right? Because that is not a proficient argument. But I'm just saying we should be more considerate to the animal and cattle that serve us and are in some part of our family, right? So with that, I'd like to put an end to my speech, and thank you all for listening so patiently.
I would like to thank Anshul for presenting his views and intelligence over the topic. Next, we have Ayush Srivastava, who will be presenting their paper.
Greetings everyone, this is Ayush Srivastava from Hansraj College, Philosophy Department. And I am here to present a research paper titled Textualism in Case of Gita is Not Ideal. Emerging trends around our society can be seen misinterpreting Gita's values, quoting Gita as a scrupulous and non-replicating context. Some preachers are advocating over the employment of violence to safeguard the dharma. This increasing endorsement of violence under the pretext of preserving dharma is considerably regressive. Via this research paper, we are navigating through many aspects of Gita. Firstly, we are focusing on the distinction of dharma and religion. The center theme of paper is how textualism in the case of Gita is not ideal. And also the cosmological presence and metaphysical reality encompassing Gita. So, textualism, Gita, non-violence, dharma, metaphysical world, morality and interpretation. Before we delve further into the paper, one must be mindful of these 2 points. First is textualism. It is a concept of law, a method of legal interpretation that primarily focuses on interpreting law based only on the words of the text without considering the history, intent or other factors. I have chosen this word to express more or less similar meaning. Second is idea is not restricted to Gita only, but other scriptures as well, including Mahabharata, of which Gita is a part. So we will begin with the opening scene of Gita, where Arjuna asks his charioteer Lord Krishna to take his chariot in the middle of the battlefield where he can behold the people he is about to extinguish. Lord Krishna follows his request and commandeers the chariot in between of 2 exceedingly vast armed forces and their innumerable commanders. Here Arjuna faces the moral dilemma while awaiting the impending war between him and his kinsmen. Upon his dilemma, Lord Krishna begins his divine song to illuminate the right path and kindle Arjuna's spirit to execute the work of dharma, which has been fallen onto his stalwart shoulders. For it is his dharma to do so. In this divine song, Lord Krishna has laid down a doctrine of ethical codes by the virtue of which mankind can attain liberation from the cycle of rebirths. So let's focus on what dharma is. Dharma, as contrary to contemporary knowledge of the general public, dharma is not religion. Where religion is about worshipping a supreme deity with a set of finite rules, dharma is one of the 4 purusharths taught by Indian scriptures pertaining to ideal life for a man, a life which would lead to moksha. Dharma refers to a path of righteousness, ethical conduct and moral duty. Dharma chants to pursue a way of living where you would not intentionally harm or harm your surroundings, rather strive to uplift the society and people in it. Dharma condemns every component of mankind's conventions which would potentially harm other beings. Dharma extends to every human being. The concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is a notion that comes from the paradigm of Dharma. On the other hand, religion has a set of boundaries and regulations. If a certain person wishes to be an adherent of a particular religion, they must abide by those rules. Thus, religion is vulnerable to dogmatism, but Dharma, on the contrary, is immune to dogmatism, as it is a system endorsing ethical conduct towards your surroundings. However, Swami Vivekananda remarks that religion and Dharma both have different yet unilateral concepts. He explains that we must practice our religion as the ancient prophets have done so, then we can bring about the benevolent majesty of religion, and only then we can question the inadequacies of the same. It is not untrue, as the fundamental principles of any religion are set in moral conduct. However, there are 2 things to highlight. Firstly, if human could follow religion as ancient prophets did, we wouldn't be standing on the face of the fatal conflicts. And secondly, there are always certain factors in every religion which are incorporated during a time in accord with this cultural setting. Those factors with time become regressive and deviant as the society develops. In Gita, dharma is what has been designated above. In addition, it also becomes about self-identification. Lord Krishna explains how he has created a structure of society which consists of 4 varnas, namely Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. Duties of these varnas have been assigned. Every individual is configured with either 3 gunas, sattvic, Rajas and Tamasic. Our person must identify his goal and assume the congruous responsibility that is one system asked from him, and must strictly abide by only and only his duty. This is called Varnashram Dharma. The self. In Gita, the self is a limitless, birthless, or with no beginning, deathless or never ending, an immanent awareness which has many forms, and it is different from yet consisting mind and body. It is awareness or Atman which exists in every individual, and it has been present since the beginning, or shall I say, since the non-beginning of the universe. This self can never be harmed. It is immune to every worldly actions and reactions. Our body and mind perishes, but Atman never. It always persists. Now, cosmological presence is metaphysical reality pervading Mahabharata. The piece of literature in Indian context is deemed as a part of history rather than mythological epic. However, one would hardly argue that the story of Mahabharata is set in a world of metaphysical entities, and this can be substantiated by an excerpt from Mahabharata itself, from one Parv, where Arjun goes to Swarga. So we can see metaphysical essence of Mahabharata in the presence of non-mortal beings and voyages of Arjun in different dimensions of a universe which do not lie in physical proximity of Earth, rather in mystical proximity. And now we shall focus on textualism in the case of Gita is not ideal. We will explore. Okay, so I need to conclude this as soon as possible, so I will just jump on with the conclusion. Okay, so how textualism is not ideal, we can focus on two slokas of Gita. One is 4.4 Adhyay, Chautha and 36 slok, and chapter 9 and slok number 30, where it is mentioned that how a sin can be treated and how a sinful person can be spared. It is true that both the slokas advocate the balance of justice, and the sin that has been committed shall be balanced out or cancelled out by either Gyan or Bhakti. But how to incorporate the sad verdicts in our empirical reality? If one is to take Gita in accordance with textualism, in a metaphysical world, it is sure that the God Almighty will absolve him, he who commits sin, but follows the path delineated by the God himself. But how shall this be enacted as a law of a physical world, where we are aware of tendencies of humans, as Kant points it out? Man must be disciplined, for he is by nature raw and wild. And how shall one maintain the quotient of justice in our society? How can we maintain the deterrence if we are not able to punish the person who has committed sin? And the conclusion directly, which follows, our social and political culture differs significantly from that which existed during the time of Gita. It speaks with a due consideration of Varnashram Dharma, the doctrine of four worlds, but it is not the norm of society anymore. Which man's dharma is not maintaining peace, which man's dharma would ask him to become intolerant. Culture is a dynamic thing. With time it is bound to change, and along with it changes the need of and the structure of the societies as well as dharmic duties which a man is supposed to perform. We all must learn from the Gita to stay moral and ethical. However, we must also assess our society and the needs of our society as well as the moral norms of the contemporary world, and then act accordingly. This will save us from the dogmatism of traditions and religion.
I would like to thank Ayush for presenting his views and intelligence over the topic. Now I would like Professor Ritu Jaiswal, our chair, to expand her views over the session.
Thank you so much, the organizers, for inviting me and giving me this platform where I could listen to so many great papers on various understandings related to the Indian knowledge system. And I'm really very nervous that I have to speak in front of Professor Raghuram Raju and other distinguished scholars here. So as a chair, my responsibility lies with probably commenting on whatever has been presented here. And all the 5 papers were really very good, and I'm very impressed the way they have tried to provide a very good connection with the present time, and going back to the text, reading them, analyzing them in such a manner that that could be of use in today's time, and discussing the challenges we are facing. So, and apart from doing that, they are not just narrating the stories of whatever has been discussed already. There is some distinguishing aspect to their papers done in such a manner that it also encourages us to read them from a new perspective and bring in some solution for current context. Okay, endeavor. Swati, the first speaker, has talked about dharma, and she has tried to provide a few very important points and debates which are related to the concept of dharma, and which also troubles us, that whether it is a universal concept or a particularized one, whether it is something which is going to maintain our autonomy while we are following the ashram dharma and varna dharma or not, and whether it could deal with the global challenges we are facing in today's world or not. And I was very impressed with the way she has come out with the different understanding of the concept of dharma in such a manner that we shouldn't be dogmatic enough to just stick to the given understanding of it, but rather transcending it and incorporating the particularized context of it as well. And at the end of her paper, she has also talked about the peace, justice, and other important aspects of dharma which could be utilized in today's time. So that was Swati, and then Nandini has focused on Shankar Dev's philosophy, okay, which is very important to note here, because I was wondering when she was mentioning that mysticism has been considered to be very much happening in isolation, right, related to the isolation of the self. And at the same time, Shankar Dev is talking about the communion, okay, and not the isolation, but rather association. So one should wonder that when you are moving towards your inner self and you are moving towards your realization, how at the same time you can think of association with the other. That is a really very interesting concept here, because it seems as if we are thinking about our own selves, we are very much holding up to whatever our belief systems are, then it becomes really very difficult to transcend it and connect with the other. So Shankar Dev's philosophy becomes really very handy in this case, where we can understand that how that could be possible. It is no contradiction. Okay, it is something which we can learn from there. And then while mentioning Levinas's concept of the other, which is really very important, we need to be aware of the presence of the other, as it was also discussed in the previous session by Professor Bhagatwainam and then commented on by Professor Raghuram Raju, that for dialogical potential, the recognition of the other is really very important, and that way it has been really very impressive the way she has mentioned it in her paper. So, and one more point which I liked about her paper is about being very much aware of the marginalized other. Okay, so equality is not always something which should be thought in such a manner, idealized in such a manner that you are thinking of either moving towards equality or not moving towards justice at all. Okay, so there may be various ways of achieving that, and considering the marginalized of the other and becoming more acquainted with that could be one of the steps. Another presentation by Nancy Yadav has focused on various aspects of how self has been understood and mind has been portrayed by various schools of Indian philosophy, and I could understand that because of the paucity of time, she had to rush, okay, because the topic in itself is so complex, okay, it cannot do justice if only 10 minutes or 15 minutes have been given to you. You will have to sit with each and every concept of self mentioned by Nyaya, Advaita and Shaivites, okay. It cannot it cannot be completed in just a few minutes, and yet she did a very commendable work here by focusing on different elements of it and then bringing in Abhinav Gupta's work on it. And then, since this is not my specialization, so I would have to apologize here that probably some aspect of her paper was not that understandable to me, and here the experts are already sitting. As I said, that I'm feeling very much nervous in speaking in front of them, especially on Indian philosophy. So I congratulate her for presenting such a complex notion in such a short period of time. Then another paper by Anshu, which is very much focusing on different aspects of ahimsa, which is mentioned in Jainism and Gita, and then metta in Buddhism. And the important point which I liked in this paper is that how we have to look at the practicality of all these concepts. Probably somewhere we are sometimes, in order to stick with the theoretical aspect, we are so caught up with its understanding that we don't go to the practical understanding in such a manner that we give the scope of changing our theoretical interpretation. So probably if we have the starting point as a theoretical understanding of ahimsa in one way, but at the same time if we have some practical issues which are lying around us, we'll have to go back and revisit our perspective, which could be called self-reflexivity in the terms of feminist epistemologists. So that kind of self-reflexivity will help us in understanding that what kind of atrocities capitals are going through. Okay, because when we are looking at them from the perspective of a human, and as he said, cash cows, then probably we won't be able to do justice to them. So revisiting it, probably making pain as at the center of understanding them, as has been said by Peter Singer, would be more beneficial. And then the solutions provided by him in such a short span of time was also really very commendable, and should be celebrated here, that he has been thinking on these issues in this very young age. So the last but not the least presentation was done by Ayush. Textualism, yes, of course, the context. And I remember that it was said by one of my professors as well, that whenever we are reading any text, the context of the text, okay, very important, because if we don't go back to the context of the text, and when we don't realize what is our context in today's world, when we are rereading it, we will be mistaken on so many ways. We will be dogmatic without realizing it. So contextualism is something which should be understood in such a manner that we don't fall into the traps of it. Okay, and when we are revisiting the concepts mentioned in Gita and Mahabharata, and as he has mentioned, the concept of dharma and then self-identification and metaphysical essence of mentioned in these texts, we'll have to see that how those dharmas which were mentioned at that time were happening because of a particular context which sometimes becomes meaningless in today's context. Probably people will say that it is better to not follow caste system or varna system because we are moving more towards equality. So can we say that there is no significance of all these discussions? So I'm not taking any side of it, but probably as a student of philosophy, we have this duty to think about the significance or insignificance of all these concepts which are mentioned by him in his presentation. And with that, I would like to congratulate all the speakers here, and they have done a very good job. And thank you so much once again, the organizers, for inviting me here.
धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्षाणाम उपदेशम समन्वितम पूर्वयुक्तम कथायुक्तम भारतीय ज्ञान प्रचाश्यते। इसी विषय में बखूबी प्रस्तुत करा गया है हमारे समस्त वक्ताओं के उद्बोधन में। हम उनके लिए उनका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं। यह सारी की सारी पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन ठीक उसी संवाद परंपरा का उदाहरण थी जो आदरणीय प्रोफेसर रघुराम सर ने हमारे साथ अभी कुछ क्षण पहले शेयर करी। उसी के साथ ही साथ धन्यवाद मैं डॉक्टर रितु मैम का भी करना चाहता हूँ, जिनके कर कमल हमारे लिए ठीक ललिता सहस्त्र नाम के उसी सत्यनंदा स्वरूपिणी के रूप में है जो सात्विक ज्ञान से प्रशस्त है। और अंत में आदरणीय प्रोफेसर राजेश त्रिपाठी सर के शब्दों में हम सिर्फ इतनी ही आशा करते हैं कि ये पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के माध्यम से जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा है वह अनावरत गति से आगे बढ़ती रहे।
We would also like to thank the audience for gracing the session with their attention. Now we move on to the lunch break that shall be taking place at Niti Cafe. Also, all the paper presenters are required to submit the hard copy of their work to the department. Thank you.
दूसरे वक्ता स्पीकर जो हैं वो हैं प्रोफेसर रघुराम राजू सर हैं और आज के गेस्ट प्रोफेसर चंद्रशेखर जी हैं। इस कार्यक्रम में मैं प्रिंसिपल मैडम को इन्वाइट करना। For felicitation, I invite Surbi, Dr. Surbi Unyal, please come and
आगे हमारा स्पेशल साइटेशन जो आपके पास नहीं है।
मैं आग्रह करूंगा दीपक सर से और प्रिंसिपल मैम से प्रोफेसर सच्चिदानंद मिश्र सर का स्वागत करें, सम्मान करें। तीन दिग्गज लोग अपने अपने फील्ड्स के हमारे बीच यहाँ इस मंच पर उपस्थित हैं, जिनका सानिध्य हमें इस सेशन में मिलेगा, उनका आशीर्वाद हमें इस सत्र में मिलने वाला है। ऐसे ही प्रोफेसर सच्चिदानंद मिश्र सर, प्रोफेसर ए रघुराम राजू सर और प्रोफेसर चंद्रशेखर सर, मैं आपका हंसराज परिवार की ओर से स्वागत करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ। धन्यवाद सर। कि मैम का जी मैम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। आपका आशीर्वाद और सानिध्य ऐसे ही हमें मिलता रहे।
प्रोफेसर रघुराम राजू सर हैं जो तो इन दोनों लोगों का स्पीच रहेगा आज, और चीफ गेस्ट जो हैं हमारे बीच में प्रोफेसर चंद्रशेखर जी हैं। सबसे पहले सीवी थोड़ा सा देख लें। Raghuram Raju sir, Professor Raghuram Raju is a professor in IIT Tripati. He has also he did PhD from IIT Kanpur. He has many awards. He has got many awards. He has been a principal investigator of a content development and philosophy subject for PG diploma of UGC. He has been visiting faculty of many institutions. Department of Philosophy is Smith College, USA. Information Institute in Information Technology, Hyderabad. Choice Outstanding Academic Title 2012 for he has written many books. I'm not able to read this because somebody has given me this, and sorry for this, but I invite Professor Raghuram Raju sir, please come and speak on philosophy, Indian knowledge system and ethical imperatives. Thank you, sir. Please come.
Respected Principal Dr. Rama, Professor Chandrasekhar, Professor Sajjana Mishra, and, I thank Upendra for the introduction. I thank Shivendra for the invitation and Deepak for the invitation, and good afternoon to all of you. What I wanted to do today is to present in front of you 4 models that concern Indian knowledge system. Most of the time, whenever we are addressing the question about Indian knowledge systems, we are talking about importance of Indian knowledge systems or the critique of Indian knowledge systems. What is best in this context is why Indian knowledge system in 21st century. That is a question that will throw a better light in understanding this entire new project called Indian knowledge system. And here I want to embark on a philosophical assessment of the context of Indian knowledge system. What is the context of recalling Indian knowledge systems? Is the knowledge from India only classical? If so, is the recalling out of curiosity, romantic, or even archaic? Are we claiming this form of knowledge from the past for its past and archaic value? Is its relevance confined to the past? If so, then this deprives it of its contemporary relevance. If it is also modern, then what are the sources of this modern knowledge? In this presentation, I want to discuss the attempts at discarding knowledge in India as no knowledge, and I wanted to do this to explore whether there are any instances where knowledge from the past, particularly in the form of texts, was used in the present. I wanted to frame my presentation by presenting 4 models the context of recalling Indian knowledge. The frame and the picture. And first model is, the first model is about the denial of knowledge from India. There is a denial, there is a marked denial of knowledge from India. This marked denial is initiated by somebody called T.B. Macaulay. Now, all of us know about Macaulay, but we have not studied about Macaulay. And I make a distinction between these two. Macaulay, understanding Macaulay is very complex and cannot be just confined to few statements that he made about two shelves and things like that. That is not the way in which I think we should understand. There is a larger, there's a larger spin which needs to be deciphered in order to understand this rejection by Macaulay, that he rejects both Sanskrit and Arabic as having any knowledge at all. But then we should remember that he rejects them this rejection is not a plain rejection. The rejection is a complex and a very deceptive rejection. And what is it? What is complex about it? He rejects both Sanskrit and Arabic, opposing not Indians but British Parliament. British Parliament has set aside 1 lakh rupee to promote Arabic and Sanskrit in India, and he is opposing the British Parliament. You understand this? He is opposing the British Parliament and holding British Parliament of hypocrisy. He is saying that you introduced modern language, modern knowledge in England, and you are promoting classical languages in India. So there is a difference, there is a variance, and there is a hypocrisy underlying this. And you understand now, his opposition is not an enemy of India. His first enemy is not India. His first enemy is the British Parliament, who instituted the committee headed by Macaulay. So this is very important. The second thing that he does is very, very interesting. He says, if you don't, his recommendation is, you should not promote Arabic and Sanskrit. Instead, you should promote English and Newton, Locke and Milton. So, in saying this, he has something very interesting in front of us. And that is, if you don't accept my recommendation, I will resign from this committee. So there is a sacrifice that he is embarking on. He gives the feeling during people of that time were annoyed by Macaulay, despite his opposition to Sanskrit and Arabic, because he looks as if he is speaking for Indians against the British Parliament. This is the complexity that I wanted to place before you. And he, with this complex argument, says very, very clearly that there is no knowledge in Sanskrit, and whatever is there in Sanskrit and Arabic does not meet the standards of knowledge. That's the first point where knowledge from classical India, what we call as Indian knowledge system, was denied. So unless we understand the complexity in the denial, that most of the time people who work for Indian knowledge systems take it as if they came and said you are useless. No, the way in which they say it is not straightforward saying it. It's not a straightforward rejection. It is a complex rejection couched with lot of intricacies that needs to be decoded. If you don't, you will lose the argument before you bowl, before the bowl, the ball is bowled. That's my first point. So we have to read Macaulay's minutes very carefully, very carefully. That's my first point. The second point is, there is a person called Paul Hacker. Paul Hacker is who says that Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, including Radhakrishna, are, according to him, have come up with what is called as the practical Vedanta. Practical Vedanta, which is a revival of classical Vedanta. Revival of Shankara's classical Vedanta. And that, Paul Hacker says, is a product of Western knowledge system. That is, not only, so there is one thing is that classical India has no knowledge, and two, these modern Indian thinkers like Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo and other people, whatever they have produced is not from India, it is a product of Western thinking. Well, these are the two resistors which I wanted to bring to your notice, which goes to show that there is no knowledge from this subcontinent. Having made this, presented this model 1, now let me go to the model 2. The model 2 is a model which most of the people working in Indian knowledge systems are inhabiting. What is that model? That India has knowledge and we have to claim it. My first point is, people who are claiming Indian knowledge system today do not study who denied it. That's a point that I mentioned to you. The model 1, if you don't take model 1 seriously in pursuing model 2, you are not going to make big headways. This is my first point. Having said this, I want to relook at what is an Indian knowledge system. Indian knowledge system, if I come from Tirupati, which has 2 Sanskrit universities, it's one of the rare facilities. I go and meet them. They are first-rate people in preserving the text. You go to them and ask them, what is this text saying? They will tell you in precise terms, intricate details within the text. I call them cultures of preservation. They are the ones who are excellent people who are undertaking this job called culture of preserving the text. They are cultures of preserving the text. So that's one thing. They are very rigorous. They are very rigorous, make no mistake about it. They are very rich in content. Rich in content. Go to an Advaitin and ask what is the Bhashya. You will get intricate details about the grammar, the aesthetics, the prosody, the arguments, the logic, everything. Very clear. That is so 2 things. One is, they are very serious scholars. They are also very systematic and rigorous scholars. And they are the ones who are very good at culture of preserving. Culture of preserving. Having said this, I want to make 2 observations which might look very critical, but I meant it in a very, in a concerned way. One is, each scholar belonging to these knowledge systems do not interact with others in the same university. Okay, if you are an Advaitin, you only know Shankara Bhashya. Okay? You don't look at the others in the same university, if it is Visistadvaita or Nyaya or Sankhya or what have you. So this is the one thing that is what I found happening in Indian knowledge system. Their closure, and as I said, please don't mistake me, that within that closure, they are very competent. They are very, very competent, world class, absolutely world class. But between them with the other, the scene is found wanting, not very good. So the problem here is that that's one thing that happens. The second problem with this body of knowledge is they don't engage with their adversaries. They don't engage with their adversaries. Okay? They are good, but they don't interact with others. Okay, you don't interact with your friendly other, which is fine. But suppose if there is somebody who undermines your very existence, and if you keep quiet, that is something which is, which needs to be looked at. So they don't look at the advisors. It is largely confined to the past and within the system. Okay, it is not active enough to engage with other systems, not to speak of modern Western systems. So this is a point that I try to make. So now, having made these points, now let me add two more. They don't interact with the two following groups of scholarships. One, there are people who said that they don't exist. In fact, I have not come across the Sanskrit translation of Macaulay's Minutes. Macaulay is the one who is saying, you are useless. So if somebody says I am useless, the onus is on me to translate that text and put that for discussion. Okay, another important thing. There are texts, Sanskrit texts translated into other languages. What is important to ask is, how many other language texts are translated into Sanskrit is another important point that we have to ask in the context of Indian knowledge systems. It is in this context I wanted to point out that if somebody said that Arabic and Sanskrit have no knowledge, immediately you should translate, put it to discussion. That has not taken place. I think it should take place. And two, there is an article written and published in an international journal by Sheldon Pollock called The Death of Sanskrit. It's just, look at the title, Death of Sanskrit. It's not the weakness of Sanskrit and all. I am shocked to know that Sanskrit scholars don't even know that a work like that has happened. Okay, I think that work should be translated into Sanskrit and put it to a rigorous debate, very rigorous debate. Okay, otherwise it will look as if you don't, then it will look as if what that person is saying is acceptable, agreeable. That danger should be avoided. That's my second point. Okay, fine. You don't bother about outsiders because we don't take, granting that we don't take them seriously. But then Sanskrit, the Indian knowledge systems don't take seriously the modern engagement with classical text. One of the interesting features of Indian national movement, there are two interesting features of Indian national movement. Three. One, most of the politicians who were active in national movement were lawyers. India was handed over to lawyers by the British. And two, most of them were writers. See, you don't, in the world, you find good writers than our writers. You find good politicians than our politicians. But both politicians who are writers is a very, very rare combination from India. Only from India. But these people wrote. And you know one of the important thing that has happened? That they all turned towards the past. There is no Indian national leader who did not turn towards the past, including Ambedkar. Including Ambedkar. Bankim turned towards Sankhya. Tilak turns towards Gita, but rejects all the interpretations by all acharyas as interpretations. He calls them as Gunavada. As Gunavada, as interpretations. In contrast to this, he comes up with what is called as Rahasya. Anuvada is different from Rahasya. Okay? He uses Mimamsa categories, and these are his categories, where his claim is that what is the beginning of the text, what is the body of the text, and what is the end of the text. In the beginning, Arjuna was reluctant to fight. Krishna told him to fight. Arjuna fought. That's the simple message. There's a simple message, but which means that Gita promotes war, and war involves violence. So Gita promotes violence. That is the conclusion that he has drawn from this, and he says that this is the Rahasya, secret of Gita, whereas all the acharyas undermined the karma yoga and highlighted the bhakti yoga and became responsible for India losing its freedom. Because Indians started paying attention towards the otherworldly and neglected this world. And that is the reason. This is a very clear argument, systematically presented without any ambiguity, in a lucid form in Gita Rahasya. Now look at this thing. And I go to this, I guess, there are a lot of, in a selection committee, you go and interview people for this post and things like that. You find something very interesting. Many of the Sanskrit scholars are not aware of this body of knowledge. Now Tilak is not writing on J.S. Mill, he is writing on Gita, and Gita is a classical Indian text. Now suppose if somebody from India wrote on classical Indian text, I think you should have a look at it. So the Sanskrit knowledge systems that are in practice today, they not only have neglected the people who are next door, people who are others, people who are their opponents, but they also rejected their modern, modern compatriots. This is the another important thing. Now you might say that why should I bother about all these things? You are trying to just cook up. Do I have 20 minutes time? 10 minutes?
More than 10 minutes, I think. More than 10 minutes.
Alright, two simple models. I can cut it short if you want. So there is a third model. So you might ask, what is great about bothering about the other, your adversary? I will do my own work and be that. That's one important way where you can take a stand, which is fine. I have no problem. But I wanted to present to you the third model. The third model is a model from tradition. And this is the model that is available in Adi Shankaracharya. And what is the overall picture of that model? The overall picture of this model is very interesting. And why is it interesting? It's interesting for the following reasons. Shankara is a Vedantin, but spent than 80% of his time in studying Buddhism that denied, that rejected Vedanta. If you look at it carefully, that's why he's called as even a Praschanna Buddha. The argumentativeness into Indian philosophy in a very systematic and logical, coherent manner enters during this period. Why? There is a rupture. And what kind of rupture is it? Entirely Vedanta. Buddha is saying, I don't accept anything from Vedas, Upanishads and Brahma Sutras. Nothing. So when somebody says that entire thing is like select all, delete. Go to bin, empty bin. That's the Buddha stand. Nothing I will accept. In fact, Ambedkar goes to the extent of claiming that Gita is a Buddhist text. Okay, so that is the Buddhist stand. When there is this Buddhist stand, so what do? Shankara would have said, I don't bother with Buddhism, I will do my Vedanta. This is exactly what the people in Sanskrit knowledge systems are doing. I don't bother about what, people who rejected me, I will do my own thing. Shankara did not do that. He spent more time in those people who denied his philosophy. Studied it. Now, this is what I am saying, which is available in Indian tradition. This is also one of the knowledge systems from India, which is other than preserving culture. It's not just preserving, but making a very vibrant use of tradition of your opponent and then come up with an alternative which is much more systematic. Now, I wanted to ask you, should Model 2 do what they are doing or should emulate or follow Shankaracharya? Shankaracharya is not J.R. Stuart Mill from outside. Is Shankaracharya worth emulating? If so, should we follow him or do what we are doing? I find there is complete dissonance between the practitioners of Indian knowledge systems and the activities of Shankara. I'm just putting it very, very clearly, lucidly and upfront. Make no mistake about it. So, I'm saying that Model 3, I'm saying, should be followed. Model T should be followed by the Model 2 in dealing with Model 1. I'll repeat again. Model 3, in my reckoning, you might reject what I'm saying, in my reckoning, should be followed by the Model 2 should follow Model 3 in dealing with Model 1. That's my point. I'll tell you where this, now you might say, oh, Shankara is, or at that time, we are these days ChatGPT and all that kind of thing. We are multicultural, we are different people, we are not Shankara type, So, yes, Shankara has been very crazy, maybe successful, but why should we follow Shankara now? Now, I wanted to, so I wanted to take these few minutes to present Model 4, which is not from the distant past, but from the immediate past. And what is the immediate past? That is what you find in the writings of Indian national leaders. Indian national leaders followed Shankara's model. Indian national leaders followed Shankara's model. What is the Shankara's model? Somebody denied my philosophy. I studied that philosophy carefully, incorporate that thing and come up with an alternative. Now you find, as I mentioned to you, modern Indian thinkers, starting from Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyaya, Balagangadhara Tilak, Swami Vivekananda and later Sri Aurobindo did not tread the first two paths but emulated the third path. Successful model yet not accessed by Indian national systems. Now I'll tell you how did they do this thing. As I said, that very interesting thing about this non-academic politician who contributed to the academics. Now you find, for instance, Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyaya, he turns towards Sankhya, but all national leaders turn towards the past. This is a distinct feature. All of them turn towards the past, but the past that they turned towards was not a singular past, but a plural past. Bankim turns towards Sankhya, as I said, Tilak turned towards Gita, Rahasya, but rejects all the Bhashyas, and Ambedkar rejects all Hinduism, but turns towards the past, which is Buddhism, and Swami Vivekananda rejects the otherworldliness of Advaita and then replaces it with practical Vedanta and things like that. And then it is not just turning towards the past in a plural way. In fact, Bankim holds Sankhya responsible for India losing its freedom, particularly Sankhya's notion of Vairagya. So, when they turn towards the past, it is also rinsed with. The turning towards has the following things. Turning towards it is pervasive, plural, diverse, critical. And what is the critical? There are three moments in this critical attitude. The first moment is they accepted them. Second moment is wherever they found it is not useful, they rejected them. In the case of Sankhya, by Bankim's rejection of Sankhya, they also modified it. That's why you have a practical Vedanta, not the otherworldly Vedanta of this thing. So I want to claim that this critical attitude towards Indian knowledge system, as available in the writings of national leaders like Lokmanya, Swami Vivekananda, reverberates Sri Shankaracharya. This is a successful immediate model which got India its independence. And it is pity that this model is not emulated by those who belong to Model 2. I have come across scholars of IKS, both young and seniors, who are thorough in scholarship but have not read the modern interpretations of the classical knowledge used by modern Indian philosophers like I mentioned. I think it is necessary for IKS to consider taking these modern Indian philosophers seriously for two reasons. Its proximity to the Model 3 and its success in getting India freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening lecture. This is very important for all of us to learn something from his important lecture, because generally we are criticizing other concepts like Indian philosophy or Western philosophy or any approach without entering into detailed analysis of anything. So it is better for us to read everything, then we may criticize anything. And there was a clash between Buddhism and Shankaracharya. But Shankaracharya has gone through proper detail of Buddhist philosophy. Then he knows that there may be some problem, but later on प्रचंड बहुत क्या कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट ऐसे डिराइव हुए हैं. तो thank you so much, sir, for your good lecture. Now I invite Professor Sachidanand Mishra, sir. Let me just go through his brief CV. He has Professor Sachidanand Mishra, sir, is a professor of philosophy and religion, Department of Philosophy and Religion, BHU, Banaras Hindu University. He has written 11 books. His PhD, he has awarded PhD 1996. He has become a reader in 2004 and professor 2010. And his specialization is in Nyaya philosophy, Indian logic, and moreover, he is a president awardee. This is a very important thing for us to know about him. And currently he is a member secretary. 2021 he has joined member secretary in ICPR. Sir, I invite you, sir. Please come and give it.
Namaste, respected Professor Hansraj ji, Professor Chandrasekhar ji, and scholars, students, and researchers. I hope you will not mind if I speak in Hindi, because in Delhi I find myself in a awkward situation speaking English. तो मैं हिंदी में बोलूं, कोई प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं आप लोगों को? ओके। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा और उसके नैतिक निर्देशों के ऊपर यह जो संगोष्ठी आयोजित की गई है, उसके समापन सत्र में आप सबके समक्ष उपस्थित होकर के अपनी कुछ बात कहने का अवसर हमें आप लोगों ने दिया, इसके लिए आपका आभार। अभी हमारे पहले प्रोफेसर हांसराज जी ने एक बहुत अच्छा उद्बोधन दिया और उन विद्वानों के लिए जो परंपरागत रूप से संस्कृत के शास्त्रों का अध्ययन किए हैं, उसके बाद भी आचार्य शंकर के तरीके को न अपना करके केवल एक अपने दड़बे में बैठ करके अगर वो चर्चा कर रहे हैं, विचार कर रहे हैं, अपने ज्ञान को बढ़ा रहे हैं, तो उनके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा निर्देश प्रदान किया। लेकिन भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के दूसरे भी आयाम हैं और हम लोगों को ये भूल सचमुच में नहीं करनी चाहिए कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा केवल संस्कृत तक ही सीमित है, क्योंकि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का बहुत सारा अंश वो बौद्ध ज्ञान परंपरा में भी आता है, जो कि पाली में लिखा गया है, और जैन ज्ञान परंपरा में भी आता है, जिसका बहुत सारा अंश प्राकृत भाषा में उपलब्ध है। और हम जब भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा कर कोई संगोष्ठी कर रहे हैं, तो हमारे लिए यह भी आवश्यक होता है जानना कि यह भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा आधुनिक ज्ञान के साथ किस प्रकार से कदम ताल करके चल सकती है। क्योंकि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को अगर हम एक प्राचीन ज्ञान परंपरा के रूप में ही देखेंगे, एक इतिहास की वस्तु के रूप में देखेंगे, तो 21वीं शताब्दी में उसकी प्रासंगिकता पर विचार करना बहुत कठिन हो जाएगा। हमें यह देखना पड़ेगा कि आज के इस दौर में 21वीं शताब्दी में भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के बारे में अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो उसका औचित्य क्या बनता है। क्या हमारे स्टॉक नॉलेज में, हमारे ज्ञान की जो राशि है, उस ज्ञान की राशि में, जो कि अभी पिछली शताब्दी में पश्चिमी ज्ञान की परंपरा को अगर हम देखें तो ज्ञान बहुत तेजी से बढ़ा है, ज्ञान की बहुत तेजी से वृद्धि हुई है। पिछले 30-25 वर्षों के बारे में ही अगर आप देखें तो जो सारी चीजें हमारे लिए सपनों जैसी थी, वो आज हमारे सामने उपलब्ध है। चिकित्सा शास्त्र में अगर हम देखें, संगणक शास्त्र में अगर हम देखें, इसी प्रकार से अन्य भी शास्त्रों में अगर हम देखें, तो यहाँ पर ज्ञान इतने तेजी से बढ़ता जा रहा है कि उसमें भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की बात करना अपने आप में ऐसा लगता है कि हम कोई पुरानी बात कर रहे हैं और उस पुरानी बात की प्रतिष्ठा करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारे सामने, ये देखना कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा किस प्रकार से संगत हो सकती है, आज के समय में उपयोगी हो सकती है। और इस चुनौती को जब हम ध्यान में रखते हैं तो अभी हमारे सामने जो बात प्रोफेसर रघुराम राजू जी ने कही वो अधिक संगत हो जाती है कि जो पारंपरिक विद्वान हैं, जो संस्कृत शास्त्रों का जिन्होंने अध्ययन किया है, आज उनके लिए केवल ये जरूरी नहीं है कि वो अगर न्याय शास्त्र के विद्वान हैं तो न्याय को ही पढ़ें, या अगर अद्वैत वेदांत के विद्वान है तो केवल अद्वैत वेदांत को पढ़ें, बल्कि उनके लिए अपेक्षा की जाती है कि वह पश्चिमी जो दर्शन की परंपरा है उस परंपरा से भी अच्छी तरह से परिचित हो, क्योंकि वहां पर जो चुनौतियां उपस्थित की जा रही हैं उन चुनौतियों का भी अद्वैत परंपरा में किस प्रकार से समाधान किया जा सकता है इसके बारे में भी देख सकते हैं। न्याय परंपरा उनके बारे में कैसे बात कर सकती है इसके बारे में भी देखें। और पिछली शताब्दी में कई एक आचार्यों ने इस तरह का कार्य किया भी है। उदाहरण के तौर पे 20वीं शताब्दी में माइनांग, बर्ट्रैंड रसेल इत्यादि जो पश्चिमी दार्शनिक हैं उन्होंने जिन सवालों के ऊपर चर्चा की है अस्तित्व के संबंध में, उन सवालों के बारे में या शब्द फिलॉसफी ऑफ लैंग्वेज के फील्ड में जिन प्रश्नों के बारे में विचार किया है, हम देखते हैं कि न्याय की परंपरा में उनमें बहुत सारे प्रश्न बहुत अच्छे तरीके से और बहुत युक्तिसंगत तरीके से 15वीं 16वीं शताब्दी में ही सुलझा लिए गए थे, जिनको बीके मतिलाल, अरिंदम चक्रवर्ती, जे मोहांती इत्यादि विद्वानों ने हाईलाइट भी किया, रेखांकित भी किया। तो ज्ञान, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को जब हम देखने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं तो आधुनिक ज्ञान परंपरा के साथ संगत करके देखने की आवश्यकता है। यह काम कुछ सीमा तक विद्वानों ने किया कि भारतीय दर्शन की जो परंपरा है उस परंपरा को पाश्चात्य दर्शन परंपरा के साथ जोड़ करके, उसके संवाद में ला करके, उसके चुनौतियों के साथ लेकर के देखने का प्रयास किया। प्रोफेसर दयाकृष्ण ने एक संवाद की परंपरा, संवाद शुरू किया था जिसमें पश्चिमी दर्शन के जो सवाल थे उन सवालों पर पंडितों को बुला करके विचार किया था। लेकिन बहुत सारे ऐसे ज्ञान के क्षेत्र हैं जिनके बारे में भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा ने कुछ योगदान किया भी है या नहीं किया, इसके बारे में कोई बात नहीं की जाती है। आज के समय में बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें जैसे मानवाधिकार की समस्या या न्याय की समस्या है, या अगर हम देखें तो जिसको अभी हम एनिमल राइट्स की भी बात करते हैं, अगर इन सारे चीजों को समाजशास्त्रीय समस्याओं के बारे में बात करें, या अगर हम उसको मिलिट्री साइंस की बात करें, इन सारे जो आधुनिक विद्याएं जिनको हम देखते हैं, आधुनिक विद्या के रूप में जिनके बारे में हम बात करते हैं, समझते हैं, उनके बारे में भी बहुत सारी चीजें हमारे शास्त्रों में कही गई हैं, अनेक जगहों पर कही गई हैं, लेकिन हम उनकी तरफ ध्यान भी नहीं देते। और ध्यान न देने के पीछे कारण क्या है, जिसके बारे में अभी रघुराम राजू जी ने कहा कि जो लोग उससे परिचित हैं वो उसके महत्व को आधुनिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में लागू करने के लिए उतने उत्सुकता से प्रयास नहीं करते हैं, और उसको पश्चिमी ज्ञान की जो समृद्ध परंपरा है, क्योंकि मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि अगर हम भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की वकालत करते हुए पश्चिमी ज्ञान परंपरा को बिल्कुल खारिज करते हुए आगे बढ़ेंगे तो हम कहीं पर भी सफलता नहीं प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि उसको ज्ञान के साथ तो ये एक बहुत आवश्यक चीज होती है कि वह एक दूसरे से आदान प्रदान के बिना बढ़ता ही नहीं। और इसीलिए हमारी परंपरा में ये बात कही गई, वादे वादे जायते तत्व बोला, कि जितना हम दूसरे से संवाद करते हैं, ज्ञान करते हैं, आखिर हमारे द्वारा जो अंक विद्या आविष्कृत हुई हमारी परंपरा भी जाना चाहिए कि हम हर एक चीज के लिए पश्चिम के उधार के ज्ञान के आधार पर विकास करने का प्रयास करेंगे तो भारत का जो विकास होगा वो पश्चिमी मानदंड पर होगा। भारत को हम पश्चिमीकरण करते हुए उसका विकास कर सकेंगे, और इस प्रक्रिया में भारत वह भारत नहीं रहेगा जिस भारत को बनाने के लिए हमारे पुरखों ने संघर्ष किया था। और ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि जिन लोगों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी उनमें से रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर की बात करें, गांधी की बात करें, सुभाष चंद्र बोस की बात करें, मदन मोहन मालवीय की बात करें, या इसी तरीके के और भी लोगों की बात करें, वे सब इस चीज के प्रति सचेत थे। गांधी की छोटी सी किताब हिंद स्वराज जो लिखी हुई है वो गुजराती में लिखी जाती है, और गुजराती में लिखने का तात्पर्य यह है कि हम अपनी बात अपनी मातृभाषा में कहेंगे। ऐसा नहीं है कि गांधी जी को अंग्रेजी नहीं आती थी, अंग्रेजी के बहुत अच्छे स्कॉलर थे, बड़े अच्छे विद्वान थे, कह सकते थे, लिख सकते थे, लेकिन उन्होंने अपनी बात अंग्रेजी में ना कह करके गुजराती में लिखी। और उस गांधी का जो हिंद स्वराज है वह वस्तुतः पश्चिमी ज्ञान परंपरा या पश्चिमी जो विकास का मानदंड है उसकी पूरी आलोचना है। तो वह भारत का अगर विकास करना है तो क्या पश्चिमी मानदंड पर भारत का विकास करना है? भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा और उसके नैतिक निर्देशों के बारे में जब हम चर्चा करते हैं तो यह देखना बहुत जरूरी होता है कि ऐसा क्या है भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में जो पश्चिमी ज्ञान परंपरा में अवेलेबल नहीं है। एक दो चीजों के बारे में बात करके मैं अपनी बात को पूरा करूंगा, बहुत ज्यादा चीजों के बारे में बात नहीं करूंगा। इस चीज पर विचार करने के पहले आपको यह देखना पड़ेगा कि ऐसा क्या हुआ पश्चिमी परंपरा में जिसकी वजह से पश्चिम इतना विकसित हुआ। तो पश्चिम इतना विकसित हुआ और उसके विकास की पूरी यात्रा को अगर आप देखेंगे तो 300 वर्षों का इतिहास है जिसमें आप उसके पूरे विकास को देख सकते हैं। शायद 300 वर्षों से भी कम हो कहा जा सकता है, क्योंकि 15वीं शताब्दी तक तो इस पर ही बहस होता रहा लगातार कि सूर्य चंद्रमा, सूर्य पृथ्वी का चक्कर लगाता है या पृथ्वी सूर्य का चक्कर लगाती है। तो यह जो, और एक लंबे कालखंड तक ये माना जाता रहा कि जितना भी ज्ञान है वो सारा का सारा ज्ञान केवल एक ईश्वरीय ग्रंथ में ही मिल सकता है, दूसरी किसी जगह पर नहीं है। तो वह एक अद्भुत किस्म का, विचित्र किस्म का विद्रोह था, और उस विद्रोह ने वहां पर साइंस की नींव रखी, और उस साइंस की जो, विज्ञान की जो प्रगति वहां पर हुई वो पूरी की पूरी प्रगति, क्योंकि यह एक विशिष्ट किस्म के आग्रह के विपरीत होते हुए हुई थी, और इसलिए वहां पर जो विज्ञान का पूरा विकास हुआ वो एक मॉडल को लेकर के हुआ, पूरा का पूरा एक मॉडल जिसको हम कह सकते हैं भौतिकवादी मॉडल। और उस भौतिकवादी मॉडल के हिसाब से विज्ञान की परंपरा विकसित हुई। और आज के समय में अभी अंग्रेजी की राइटिंग्स में दो शब्दों का प्रयोग बहुत आता है। एक साइंस शब्द का प्रयोग आता है, दूसरा एक शब्द है जिसको कहते हैं साइंटिज्म। तो साइंस तो बहुत अच्छी चीज है, लेकिन साइंटिज्म अच्छी चीज नहीं है। और समस्या यहां पर खड़ी होती है कि जब हम साइंटिज्म के हिसाब से हर चीज को देखने का प्रयास करते हैं। साइंटिज्म क्या चीज है? वस्तुतः ये एक ऐसा आग्रह है जिसमें साइंस के ही हर मानदंड को हर फील्ड में लागू करने का प्रयास किया जाए। और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के बारे में अगर हम बात करें तो इसका मतलब क्या होता है? इसका मतलब यह है, इसके पीछे आग्रह क्या है? आग्रह वस्तुतः यह है इसके पीछे कि हमारे पास बौद्धिकता का केवल एक मानक है, और वो मानक साइंस के पास है। और उस बौद्धिकता के एक मानक के आधार पर जब हम कोई बात करेंगे तो भी वो बात सही होगी, और उसी बात को मानना चाहिए, बाकी कुछ किसी को भी नहीं मानना चाहिए। और इसका परिणाम क्या होता है कि विज्ञान तो विकसित होता चला जाता है, लेकिन जीवन के जो अन्य पक्ष हैं वो उस तरीके से रेशनलाइज नहीं हो पाते, क्योंकि जितनी भी धार्मिक भाषा है, या जितना भी धार्मिक विचार है, या जितना भी रिलीजन का क्षेत्र है, वो सारा का सारा सब कुछ विज्ञान से बहिर्भूत होकर के कभी भी वो बौद्धिक नहीं हो सकता, कभी भी वो तार्किक नहीं हो सकता है, और वह एक आस्था का क्षेत्र है। तो धर्म के क्षेत्र में किसी भी किस्म का कोई भी जो विचार है वो स्वीकार्य हो सकता है, क्योंकि उसके लिए किसी जस्टिफिकेशन की जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन जो भारत की जो परंपरा है, उस परंपरा में ये एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मार्के की बात है जिसकी तरफ हमको ध्यान देना चाहिए कि एक रेशनलिटी का मॉडल हमारे पास चारवाक का भी है, एक रेशनलिटी का मॉडल हमारे पास बौद्ध दर्शन का भी है, जिसके प्रतिपादक धर्मकीर्ति और डिंगराव जैसे विद्वान हैं। और आश्चर्यजनक रूप से आप देखेंगे, आप भले ही 20वीं शताब्दी में कई एक विद्वानों ने, डीपी चट्टोपाध्याय और राहुल सांकृत्यायन इत्यादि अनेक बड़े बड़े नाम हैं, जिन लोगों ने बौद्ध धर्म को, बौद्ध दर्शन को मार्क्सवाद के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखने का प्रयास किया। और मार्क्सवाद क्या है? मार्क्सवाद भी अपने आप में एक भौतिकवादी दृष्टिकोण है, पूरा का पूरा भौतिकवादी दृष्टिकोण है। तो उस भौतिकवादी दृष्टिकोण को साथ में रखते हुए हमने क्या किया, क्योंकि हमारे सामने जो मॉडल था, जो मानक था, वो पश्चिमी मानक था बौद्धिकता का, और वह एक ही मॉडल समझता है, वह एक ही मानक समझता है, जिसको हम कहते हैं भौतिकता का बौद्धिक मॉडल, तार्किकता का भौतिकवादी मॉडल। और उसी को अप्लाई करते हुए इसीलिए प्रयास होता है कि भाई ये जो, और आप देखिए राहुल सांकृत्यायन की राइटिंग्स में, वे जब दिग्दर्शन में लिखते हैं तो उन्होंने ये जो बौद्ध दर्शन है, धर्मकीर्ति, इसको बहुत सम्मान पूर्वक रखते हैं, लेकिन फिर बाद में उसकी परिणति भी वो ले जाकर के दिखलाते हैं वैज्ञानिक भौतिकवाद में। एक अलग ग्रंथ उन्होंने लिखा, वैज्ञानिक भौतिकवाद। डीपी चट्टोपाध्याय भी इसी प्रकार की भूल करते हैं, जब वे सारे के सारे भारत की जो परंपराएं हैं, लोकायत को केंद्र में रखते हुए हर एक चीज को समझने का प्रयास करते हैं। लेकिन हमको ये देखने की जरूरत है, और ये भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की एक अपनी विशिष्टता है, वह यह, और आज जब मतलब इसको आप स्टीफन हॉकिंग वगैरह के ग्रंथों को भी आप देखिए, द ग्रैंड डिजाइन इत्यादि ग्रंथों को, और उन ग्रंथों को देखने के क्रम में भी आपके सामने इस तरह की बात आती है कि वस्तुतः आज भी ये बात समाप्त नहीं हुई है कि यह जो जगत है वह भूत से उत्पन्न हुआ है या चेतन से उत्पन्न हुआ है, या जड़ और चेतन दोनों से उत्पन्न हुआ है। क्योंकि ये जो बहस है सचमुच में एक ऐसी जगह पर आकर के एक स्टेलमेट में पहुंच जाती है, जहां पर कि आपके सामने अलग अलग अल्टरनेटिव्स उपलब्ध होते हैं। तो बौद्धिकता का एक मॉडल हमारे पास न्याय का भी है, बौद्धिकता का एक मॉडल हमारे पास बौद्धों का भी है, बौद्धिकता का एक मॉडल हमारे पास सांख्य का भी है। और इसीलिए जयंत भट्ट ने अपने ग्रंथ न्याय मंजरी में षट्तर्की शब्द का प्रयोग करते हुए तर्क के 6 प्रस्थानों के बारे में बात करी। बताया कि ये 6 प्रस्थान हैं जो तर्क के प्रस्थान है, और ये तर्क, या इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि तर्क के डिफरेंट मॉडल्स हैं। तार्किकता, क्योंकि जिसको हम फिलोसॉफिकल लॉजिक कहते हैं, और वह जो फिलोसॉफिकल लॉजिक है वह अलग अलग तरीके से अभिव्यक्त हो सकता है। चारवाक को आप तार्किक कहें, कोई समस्या नहीं है, लेकिन आप ये कह के कि चारवाक तार्किक है और न्याय अतार्किक है, ये गलत बात हो जाएगी। या उसके साथ आप बौद्ध दर्शन को अतार्किक कह देंगे, ये भी अच्छी बात नहीं होगी। तो हमारे, और इसीलिए वह बौद्ध दर्शन, जिस बौद्ध दर्शन में पूरी की पूरी लंबी परंपरा, 2500 वर्ष की लंबी परंपरा, जिसमें कभी भी पुनर्जन्म का अपलाप नहीं किया गया। 20वीं शताब्दी में आकर के जब अंबेडकर बौद्ध दर्शन को अलग तरीके से देखने का प्रयास करते हैं, वे भी बौद्ध दर्शन को उसी मार्क्सवादी चश्मे से, या कहिए भौतिकवादी चश्मे से, जिसको आप कह सकते हैं भौतिकवाद का एक अलग मानक है, उस मानक पर देखने का प्रयास करते हैं। तो उनका जो बौद्ध दर्शन है वो एक किस्म का चारवाक दर्शन बन जाता है। तो हम जब इस बात के बारे में चर्चा कर रहे हों, क्योंकि ये जब पुनर्जन्म की बात आ जाती है, और जब हम सारी बात केवल इस जन्म को लेकर के करते हैं, इन दोनों में एक इथिकल इंपरेटिव जरूर आ जाता है भिन्न प्रकार का। बुद्ध के बारे में एक बात कही जाती है कि बुद्ध ने अपने जो उपदेश किए उस प्रकार से किए जैसे कि बिल्ली अपने बच्चे को अपने दांत से पकड़ करके ले जाती है। तो जब दांत से पकड़ करके ले जाती तो ऐसे ले जाती कि दांत चुभे भी नहीं, और इस तरह से पकड़ती है कि बिल्ली का बच्चा गिरेगा, गिरे भी नहीं। तो उन्होंने जो उपदेश किया वो इस प्रकार का उपदेश किया कि भाई उन्होंने पुनर्जन्म का खंडन नहीं किया, आत्मा का तो खंडन कर दिया लेकिन पुनर्जन्म का खंडन नहीं किया। क्यों खंडन नहीं किया? क्योंकि ये एक अलग अलग लोगों के जो आदर्श हैं अलग अलग प्रकार के हो सकते हैं, भिन्न भिन्न लोगों के, और भिन्न भिन्न परिस्थितियों के आदर्श अलग अलग प्रकार के हो सकते हैं। आप हर व्यक्ति को एक जैसे परिस्थिति में एक ही जैसे आचरण की अपेक्षा नहीं कर सकते। आप इतिहास को उठा करके देख लीजिए, मनुष्य इतना विचित्र है कि विपरीत से विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भिन्न भिन्न प्रकार का आचरण करता है। जो अत्यंत विपरीत परिस्थितियां हैं उसमें ही एक व्यक्ति बहुत आदर्श स्थिति का आचरण करता है, और उन्हीं परिस्थितियों में कोई दूसरा व्यक्ति बहुत ही घृणित आचरण करता है। ऑश्विट्ज का इतिहास देख लीजिए, भारत के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम का इतिहास देख लीजिए, या अन्य भी इतिहासों को देख लीजिए। तो यह जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा है उसकी एक बात जो मुझे सबसे अपील करती है वह यह कि अल्टरनेटिव मॉडल्स ऑफ रेशनैलिटी, और ये जो अल्टरनेटिव मॉडल्स ऑफ रेशनैलिटी है यह एक दूसरे तरीके से अगर आप देखिए तो यह जिस चीज को हम कहते हैं कि संवाद को भी बढ़ावा देती है। क्योंकि हम जब अल्टरनेटिव मॉडल्स ऑफ रेशनैलिटी को स्वीकार करके चलते हैं तो हम किसी एक आधार पर दूसरे को बिल्कुल ही खारिज नहीं करते, बल्कि दूसरे के पक्ष को भी हम एक दूसरे दृष्टिकोण से देखने का प्रयास करते हैं, इवैल्यूएट करने का प्रयास करते हैं। तो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा जो कि पूरी की पूरी, और जिस प्रकार से भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विकसित हुई है दर्शन के क्षेत्र में, उसको हम बड़े गंभीरता से देख सकते हैं। और जिस वजह से भारतीय दर्शनों को बहुत समय तक दर्शन ही नहीं माना जाता रहा, और ये कहा जाता रहा बहुत सारे लोगों के द्वारा कि यह तो वस्तुतः अलग अलग संप्रदाय के रूप में है। फिलॉसफी शुड बी द रिकॉर्ड ऑफ चेंजेस ऑफ थॉट्स। दर्शन को तो ऐसा होना चाहिए जिसमें विचारों के परिवर्तन को हम ग्रहण करके रख सकें। यहाँ पर कैसे आप विचारों के परिवर्तन को ग्रहण कर रहे हैं? ये तो एक पूरी की पूरी परंपरा न्याय की चल रही है, आप एक ही चीज को लेकर के चल रहे हैं। इधर बौद्ध की परंपरा चल रही है। वस्तुतः वे लोग जब इस तरह की बात करते हैं तो वो इस चीज को नहीं समझने का प्रयास करते हैं कि वस्तुतः ये अल्टरनेटिव फॉर्म्स ऑफ रेशनैलिटी है, और जिसकी वजह से इनमें अलग अलग, और ये न्याय की जो परंपरा है अक्षपाद से लेकर के 20वीं शताब्दी तक एक ही नहीं चल रही है, उसमें भी लगातार परिवर्तन हो रहे हैं, बदलाव आ रहे हैं। इसी तरह से अद्वैत की भी जो परंपरा है उस परंपरा में भी यह अद्वैत केवल एक प्रकार का अद्वैत नहीं है। आचार्य शंकर और आचार्य शंकर के गुरु गौड़पाद, इन दोनों के अद्वैत में भी अलग अलग बात आ जाती है। एक अजातिवाद की बात करता है, एक विवर्तवाद की बात करता है। उसके अलावा भी सिद्धांतलेश संग्रह इत्यादि ग्रंथों में अद्वैत वेदांत के भिन्न भिन्न मतों के बारे में पूरा का पूरा रिकॉर्डिंग की गई, सब कुछ रखा गया है। तो ये जो दर्शनों की परंपरा है वह एक परंपरा जो कि संवाद के रूप से उभर करके आती है, उसकी तरफ भी ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। और ये बहुत आवश्यक चीज है आज के समय में कि भारतीय जो ज्ञान परंपरा है वो पश्चिमी ज्ञान परंपरा के साथ संवाद स्थापित करे। बहुत सारी ऐसी विधाएं हैं जिनमें आज हम एक ऐसे युग में जी रहे हैं जिसको हम कहते हैं आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का युग। यह जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का युग है उसमें, या जिसको हम अभी नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग का के युग में जी रहे हैं, तो उसकी तरफ भी बहुत सारा काम संस्कृत के विद्वानों के द्वारा हो रहा किया जा रहा है, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। और उसमें जिस प्रकार से हमारा जो संस्कृत का ग्रामर है जिस तरह व्यवस्थित होकर के उपस्थित हुआ है, उसका भी एक योगदान हो सकता है, देखा जा सकता है किस प्रकार से वह प्रभावित कर सकता है। और राजनीति शास्त्र में और अन्य विधाओं में, समाजशास्त्र इत्यादि में, जिनके बारे में तो हमने अभी चर्चा भी नहीं की, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के योगदान के बारे में देखा ही नहीं। बहुत सारी ऐसी विधाएं आज अचानक अलग अलग जगहों पर आप देखेंगे कि बहुत सारे विश्वविद्यालयों में अलग अलग नए नए विभाग खुलते हैं और उनके लिए उनमें हम भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के दृष्टिकोण से अगर देखें तो उसमें बहुत कुछ ऐड कर सकते हैं, जोड़ सकते हैं। तो ये एक ऐसी चीज है जो कि हमको करनी पड़ेगी, और अगर हम कर सकेंगे तो सचमुच में वो एक ऐसा समय होगा जिसमें कि हम भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को दृष्टिगत रखते हुए, मतलब पश्चिमी ज्ञान को साथ में रखते हुए और उसके परिप्रेक्ष्य में भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, क्योंकि कोई भी ज्ञान परंपरा, एक चीज तो ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए कि जैनियों का एक बड़ा सिद्धांत है कि जिसको वो कहते हैं स्यादवाद का सिद्धांत, और उसके हिसाब से ज्ञान के अलग अलग पक्ष के बारे में लोग जानते हैं। तो ऐसी स्थिति में ज्ञान परंपराओं के बारे में ये बात अधिक गंभीरता से समझी जा सकती है, देखी जा सकती है कि वस्तुतः जो अलग अलग ज्ञान की परंपराएं हैं, उन परंपराओं को साथ में रख के अगर देखा जाए, उनका अगर आपस में संवाद हो तो उस संवाद के माध्यम से ज्ञान का विकास अधिक बेहतर तरीके से हो सकता है। और ऐसी स्थिति में हम अपने भारत के भी ज्ञान को साथ में आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं और पश्चिम के ज्ञान से भी अपने आप को लाभ ले सकते हैं। वस्तुतः क्या है कि अभी थोड़ी देर पहले मैंने एक ऋण की बात कही थी कि अंक को भारत से लिया उन्होंने और उसको उन्होंने बढ़ाया उसके हिसाब से। देखिए, कोई भी ऋण जो होता है वो बुरा नहीं होता, आवश्यकता यह है कि उस ऋण को हम वापस करें। तो पश्चिम से अगर हम कुछ ले रहे हैं तो ये लेने में कोई बुराई नहीं है, लेकिन आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि जो हम पश्चिम से ले रहे हैं उसको हम ऋण को लेकर के और बेहतर बना करके और अच्छे तरीके से ब्याज के सहित वापस लौटाएं, ये आवश्यकता होती है। और वो हम तभी कर सकते हैं जब हम अपनी परंपरा को भी खंगालें, उसके बारे में भी देखें, उसके बारे में विचार करें, गंभीर चिंतन करें, तभी ये हो सकता है। तो अधिक समय ना लेते हुए मुझे लगता है कि मैं अपनी बात पूरी कर चुका हूं। आप सबको धन्यवाद से अपनी वाणी।
थैंक यू सर, आपका लेक्चर बहुत ही अच्छा रहा। इंडियन फिलॉसफी के रेलेवेंस को आज के टाइम में कैसे लिंक किया आपने, ये बहुत अच्छा टॉपिक हमको लगा या सभी लोग को लगा ही होगा। और एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात ये है कि आपका स्टेटमेंट इसमें है कि ज्ञान कहीं से भी आ रहा हो तो उसको हमको वेलकम करना चाहिए, स्वागत करना चाहिए। ज्ञान कहीं से भी आ रहा हो तो पोस्ट मॉडर्न थिंकिंग में यही बात है कि दिस इज़ नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट हु हैज़ सेड दिस, इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज़ व्हाट हैज़ बीन सेड। ये ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। काश ऐसे हो जाता, स्वीकार हम लोग एक दूसरे कर पाते, इंडियन वेस्टर्न को कर लेते, वेस्टर्न लोग इंडियन कर लेते, ऐसा कोई एग्जिस्टेंस होता तो काफ़ी अच्छा रहता। क्योंकि मानदंड में होता है कि थ्योरी और प्रैक्टिस में जो डिफरेंस मिलता है तो उस पर, तो ये भौतिकवाद और अध्यात्म की भी चर्चा आपने की, बहुत ही अच्छा है कि इंडियन फिलॉसफी और वेस्टर्न फिलॉसफी में दोनों ही बातें की गई हैं, जिसका आपने बहुत अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया। शिवम सर इसको
धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर सच्चिदानंद मिश्र सर। आपका सार गर्वित और ज्ञानवर्धक वक्तव्य सुनने के बाद बड़ा असहज महसूस मैं कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे। इतनी अच्छी बातें आपने रेखांकित की भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की कि वास्तव में इस ज्ञान परंपरा को पश्चिमी मानदंडों के आधार पर विकसित नहीं किया जा सकता है। बिल्कुल नहीं, मैं भी इस बात से सहमत हूँ। लेकिन सर एक बात जो मुझे बड़ा असहज करती है कि संवाद आवश्यक है, लेकिन संवाद कैसे हो? क्योंकि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा इतना ब्रॉड पर्सपेक्टिव पेश करती है, जो ये मानती है, जो इस बात को रखती है कि उदार चरिता नाम वसुदेव कुटुंबकम, ये जो पूरा संसार है ये मेरा परिवार है और परिवार में प्यार होता है। लेकिन पश्चिमी जगत वर्ल्ड को एक बाजार के रूप में देखता है कि दिस ग्लोबल फोरम इज नथिंग बट अ मार्केट। और बाजार में व्यापार होता है। तो जो इस विचारधारा से चलने वाले लोग हैं उनके साथ संवाद स्थापित करना चुनौतीपूर्ण कार्य है, लेकिन ये चुनौती आपने हमें दी है तो कुछ सोचकर ही दी होगी। तो मैं आपसे ये विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि पूरा हम लोग जितने लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं हम इस चुनौतीपूर्ण कार्य को अपने कंधों पर लेकर और इस संवाद को स्थापित करने का पूरा प्रयास करेंगे। मूविंग फर्दर, now let me introduce the chief guest of this session. We have among us Professor Chandrasekhar sir. Professor Shekhar sir is senior professor in the Department of Persian, University of Delhi. For a number of years, he was the director of the Lal Bahadur Shastri Center for Indian Culture in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. He is the author of numerous books and articles on Indo-Persian literature and codicology. Sir also has edited many Persian texts on poetry, history, and the book arts. Professor Shekhar, apart from his teaching and research commitment, also holds so many important administrative responsibilities, and to name a few, he headed the Department of Persian for around 8 years in University of Delhi. Sir was the chairman of DU Swachhata Abhiyan Committee. He was also the chairman of Gyanoday 5. किसी को पता है ज्ञानोदय 5 क्या था? What is ज्ञानोदय? देखिए ज्ञानोदय सर मैं अगर 1 मिनट इस पे जरूर लेना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज आई वॉज ऑल्सो द पार्टिसिपेंट ऑफ ज्ञानोदय 5। ज्ञानोदय सर का एक ब्रेन चाइल्ड था, एक आइडिया था। जैसे हम लोग एजुकेशनल ट्रिप्स करते हैं तो छोटी छोटी हमारी ट्रिप्स होती हैं जिनसे हम सीखते हैं बाहर जाके। अगर कोई ऐसा इंपॉर्टेंट हिस्टोरिकल प्लेस है वहां जाके हम उसकी हिस्ट्री सीखते हैं, उसकी फिलॉसफी सीखते हैं, उसकी ज्योग्राफी सीखते हैं। सर ने इस पूरी यूनिवर्सिटी को एक ट्रेन में बांध के नॉर्थ ईस्ट ले गए और वहां पूरा नॉर्थ ईस्ट दर्शन कराते हुए वहां की फिलॉसफी, वहां का कल्चर वो जोड़ने का कार्य, वो जो आइडिया था वो सर ने ही इस यूनिवर्सिटी को दिया और उसके एग्जीक्यूशन में सर वाज द चेयरमैन ऑफ दैट कमिटी। सर वाज आल्सो द provost of International Student House in Goya Hall. Sir was also the member secretary of SC/ST committee. You were also appointed as Pro VC of Maulana Mazhar ul Haq University of Arabic and Persian. He is also the Dean of International Relations, University of Delhi. Sir.
मिश्रा जी ने कंफ्यूजन में डाल दिया है कि आप किस भाषा में बात करें। मैं चूंकि दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय से हूँ इसलिए आप दोनों मेहमानों का भी इस महाविद्यालय में स्वागत करता हूँ मैडम प्रिंसिपल के बिहाफ पर। मैं फिलोसफर नहीं हूँ, मुझे इनसे पूछा मैंने कि भाई डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिलोसफी का प्रोग्राम है, हालांकि अभी पिछले हफ्ते भी फिलोसफी डिपार्टमेंट में कैरिकुलम की एक वर्कशॉप थी, पता नहीं मुझे भाभी क्यों चीफ गेस्ट बनाया हुआ था। However, in last say 2 or 3 centuries, and especially in last this 2-3 decades, there are 2 buzzwords: science and technology. And every one of us want to go to Western country or US to acquire knowledge of science and technology. And we think everything has come from West. When we say that Indian knowledge system, usually we confine Indian knowledge system also to our religious and philosophical studies. But if we, the reason is majority of students of even philosophy do not learn Sanskrit even. Many times I ask my colleagues from philosophy department, why you focus only on the Western philosophy? And even some Indian philosophy which they teach in English. Those students are from philosophy here in this hall, kindly raise their hand who study original texts of philosophy in Sanskrit. Kindly raise their hand. How many? Reason, we have now habit to eat with spoons. We think we will soil our hands if we will eat with our fingers. We don't study the even philosophical texts in our original text. And we depend on the interpretations and the translations of it. Whatever in the garb of either materialism or, as rightly said by Mr. Mishra, in the garb of Marxism. In fact, we Marxized this Indian philosophy to a greater extent. One name he mentioned, Professor Sheldon Pollock. Interestingly, in 2011 he was conferred upon President Award for Sanskrit by Congress government. The scholar who says Sanskrit has killed many other Indic languages. They have the habit to float the idea so that we Indians fight among themselves. Either Sheldon Pollock or the Trushke. Both have these two aims to create friction in our Indian society. But it is also true that much before Britishers, Indian knowledge system has traveled across the border. With the different aspects, and through transitions, many sources have been preserved, including sources of philosophy also. If we call Panchtantra a source of some Indian philosophy, credit goes to scholar of Pahlavi, Barduya, of the 6th century Sasanic period. Had it not been translated into then Pahlavi and Syriac and other languages, it wouldn't have translated long back again in Sanskrit. We don't have any manuscript of Panchtantra prior to 18th century. But we do have, it may be adaptations. There may have been many inclusion of some regional impacts. Because when we translate a text, we keep the addressee in the mind, and many times we change the names and the environment also. It has happened. It has happened in many texts. I will give you only two aspects of veterinary science and technology, which originated from Indian knowledge system, and we forgot those. One is wood steel. What are the assault arms? What produced the best form of wood steel was from India, right from South India to Rajasthan. In many Arabic treatises, like treatise of Al-Kindi, they speak of Indian steel. These used to be shipped first to Arab lands and then to Western countries, and the assault arm like sword used to be produced from this, and later on the name was given Damascus steel. Even in 19th century, when some Britishers tried to produce this kind of a steel in UK, they couldn't. This kind of a steel, which is called Woods, WOOTZ, not woods. It was only these woods ingots from Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, and the factories of these were later on in Golconda, Agra, Sirohi. Those who are from Rajasthan here, they may be knowing Sirohi ki talwar. The best source used to come from Damascus and Isfahan, made of Indian woods. It used to take 40 days to export this kind of a steel, and the finished product used to come. In 17th, 18th century, many such swordsmiths settled down in Gujarat. They produced, and then Gujarat and Golconda became hub of producing Indian steel sword system. There is a book, Arms and Armor of Kachwaha Rajputs of Jodhpur by Robert Elgood. In the second volume, in the appendix, there is a book, namely on sword making. It gives the history how this wood steel used to be exported from here. Second, I'm just giving you the brief on the things came out from our Indian knowledge system. There is a veterinary science. As was mentioned about Charvak, I remember that Charak Vidya, all the sources were translated into from 9th to 11th century in Baghdad. We all have seen the calamity of COVID, and the buzzword was quarantine. We accepted the word quarantine came from West. For your kind information, it emanated from Charak Vidya. Translated into Arabic as Arba'in. Word Arba'in is 40. We say Murabba gaz, square foot, Arabic word. And an Italian student of Ibn Sina, who was also from Uzbekistan, Khwarizm, this Italian student of Ibn Sina later on translated this word Arba'in into Italian as quarantine. Kindly see the word etymology in 30 volumes Oxford Dictionary. So we do not know how many things have gone from our knowledge system and came back in the new dress. Similarly, in veterinary science, on hippology, we know that Shalihotra, Muni Shalihotra was renowned one.
Nukul and Sahadev's reference we read in Mahabharata, and there is a complete treatise on this kind of a veterinary science, category of the animals, especially horses and the elephants, what are the disease, what are the remedies. Again, these treatises, once upon a time, which were in Sanskrit or especially in Deccan's language, were translated first time in 13th century into Persian. We have the manuscripts of those languages, not from 13th century, now from 18th century, preserved in Wellcome Trust collection in London. These Persian treatises were again and again translated many times in all these 600 years. And today, if someone knows from the village side, the veterinary science doctor is called Salotri in the local terms. Salotri is a corrupt word of Shalihotra. These treatises were used again by Britishers. They got it translated in William Ford College into English. Again, this were taken to their masters in East India Company, and now if you see the veterinary science parameters being adopted even there, goes back to Ashchikitsa of Shalihotra. Similarly, about the elephants, camels, we have these details from the veterinary science. Professor Raghuram, I just want to make one clarification about this Sanskrit and Arabic one which you mentioned. Question was not Sanskrit or Arabic, it was a political one. Reason was they don't want Arabic or Persian to be patronized by Britishers, as they wanted Indians to be in clerical dress, learning English. Apart from it, they have observed that Muslim rulers and the thinkers like Shah Waliullah in 18th century invited Ahmad Shah Abdali from Afghanistan, and on the instigation of Britishers, Nadir Shah came to Delhi, looted and took back money, and major part of that money was taken over by Britishers in Tehran and at that time in Isfahan, which was the capital of that time. So Britishers have done once from Iran itself. They didn't want that they should become the victim of the same strategy which they had applied to others. And this was the reason Persian was dethroned in 1835 under the order of Macaulay. They, in the name of the promotion of Indian languages, they cut throat of Persian, not only due to this, but they didn't want that the Afghans and Iranians should come to the help of Indians, because just after 1835, we have seen 1857, and no Afghan force was allowed to come from there to help Mughal rulers. So this was a strategy that they didn't want that any kind of foreign assistance be available to the rulers of that time. In brief, there are many aspects of our Indian knowledge system about which many of us are ignorant too. Professor Mishra rightly said that present government, even in like this seminar, which is being organized on Indian knowledge system. There was no such theme earlier on Indian knowledge system, including in philosophy department. I am part of this university, first as student and then teacher, for almost now 50 years. 42 years I am already taught in this department. I haven't seen, and now this Indian knowledge system, it is a kind of an awakening. Of course, if you go to the nearby, and it is not only in India, I also tell you, you go to nearby Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, where Madam just has been, she came from Kazakhstan today. In all these countries, a new awakening of their own civilization is coming up. They are forcing their natives to learn their native languages. There is a general perception कि हम अपना चिकित्सा शास्त्र ये सब चीज़ें हिंदी में कैसे पढ़ा सकते हैं या भारतीय भाषा में कैसे पढ़ा सकते हैं. Please go to Russia, France, Germany, Spain. They are not teaching in English. If they can have the books of science in their own languages, do we think that Indian languages are not capable to coin the words? The problem is that we don't want. कोई बुराई नहीं है अंग्रेजी में सीखने में, लेकिन अगर उसी चीज को हम भारतीय भाषा में भी सीख लें तो उसकी उपयोगिता बढ़ती है, कोई चीज घटती नहीं. आज ई रिक्शा वाला मेट्रो स्टेशन जानता है, क्योंकि हर आदमी वही बोलता है, लेकिन हम उसका हिंदी में उपयोग करके उसको कहें, वो तो छोड़ दीजिए, रिक्शा वाला आपको मोबाइल नंबर भी अंग्रेजी अंकों में बताता है, हिंदी अंकों में नहीं बताता है. एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट हो गया है. तो एनवायरनमेंट हमने क्रिएट किया है, हमारी भाषाएं उसी का भुगतान करते हैं. ज्ञान परंपरा को जानने के लिए अवश्य है कि पहले हम अपनी ही भाषाओं में चीज़ों को देखें तो ज़्यादा अच्छा होगा. हमने अपने पुराने खेलों को खेलना बंद कर दिया है. लोग चौपड़ और शतरंज भूल गए हैं, गिल्ली डंडा तो छोड़ दीजिए, क्योंकि मोबाइल से ही फुर्सत नहीं मिलती. वही सब ज्ञानवर्धक वस्तु है जो जान से ज्यादा प्यारा हुआ है. धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू सर. ये कॉन्फ्रेंस 2 दिन का रहा और इसमें टोटल सेशन जो थे 4 सेशन थे. पहले सेशन में 2 मुख्य वक्ता थे, जिसमें से प्रोफेसर गिरीश्वर मिश्रा जी थे और दूसरे जो हैं लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल अशोक खिन्नी जी थे. पूरे सेमिनार का जो मेन बिंदु था वो ये था कि इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को हम एथिकल या मॉरल कैसे बनाएंगे. उसमें अपने अपने तरीके से लोगों ने एक्सप्लेन किया और इसमें बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट सारी बातें निकल कर के आई. और उसमें जो भी समस्याएं हम लोग फेस करते हैं नॉलेज सिस्टम को, एक तो हम लोग को कैसे समझा जाए नॉलेज सिस्टम को, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम हो, वेस्टर्न नॉलेज सिस्टम हो या कोई नॉलेज सिस्टम हो, उसकी प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है, ऑब्जेक्टिविटी को लेकर के, सब्जेक्टिविटी को लेकर के भी है, और क्या फॉलो किया जाना चाहिए क्या नहीं किया जाना चाहिए. तो इसमें ये दो लोगों के पेपर इसमें थे फर्स्ट सेशन में। सेकंड में प्रोफेसर रामजी यादव एंड प्रोफेसर एच.एस. प्रसाद सर थे, और इसमें प्रोफेसर एच.एस. प्रसाद सर का जो पेपर था वो बुद्धाज एनालिसिस ऑफ माइंड, नॉलेज, रियलिटी एंड एथिक्स। तो इसमें माइंड और रियलिटी को उन्होंने अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया, और बुद्धा को हम लोग जो जानते हैं मोरालिटी के हिसाब से ज़्यादा समझते हैं। बुद्धिज्म की जो फिलॉसफी है, हालांकि एपिस्टेमोलॉजिकल कॉन्सेप्ट्स इसमें दिए गए हैं और बहुत सारे कॉन्सेप्ट्स उसमें हैं, बट ये है कि एथिक्स को अंडरमाइन हम लोग नहीं कर सकते हैं। और जो भी कॉन्सेप्ट उसमें, चाहे फोर नोबेल ट्रुथ हो या जितने कॉन्सेप्ट दिए गए हैं कॉज एंड इफेक्ट के भी, सब इम्पॉर्टेंट है, उन्होंने डिस्कस किया और ये बताया कि मोरालिटी कैसे हम लोग मोरल हो सकते हैं, इसको उन्होंने जोर दिया। प्रोफेसर रामजी यादव का एक मेटाफिजिकल एक्सप्लेनेशन ऑफ नंबर्स की उन्होंने कुछ बात की थी, 108 एंड तो उसमें उसका इंडिया और वेस्ट दोनों को इस नंबर से उन्होंने कनेक्ट ऐसे किया कि ऐसे लगा कि कहीं ना कहीं से वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज कुछ आइडिया इंडिया से बोरो करते हैं। हम लोगों को अपने ही कल्चर को समझना चाहिए। और जैसा अभी सर ने एक क्वेश्चन पूछा छोटा सा कि कितने लोग संस्कृत टेक्स्ट पढ़े हैं, तो शायद एक दो लोगों ने हैंड रेज किया। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि जब आप अपना पढ़ेंगे नहीं और दूसरे का जानेंगे नहीं तो क्या हालत होगी, हम लोग समझ सकते हैं। तो या तो हम लोग अपने कल्चर को, अपने सारे चीज़ों को समझें, और वेस्ट वाले यही किए, यहाँ के जितने इंसाइट्स थे, जितने इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट थे, उन्होंने यहाँ से बारो कर लिया और उसको न्यू शेप में ला करके हम लोग के सामने मॉडर्न, पोस्ट मॉडर्न, नया नया नाम दे करके हम लोग के सामने रख दिए। और तो ये उसके बाद सेकेंड डे में सेकेंड डे में सेशन 1 में दो रिसोर्स पर्सन थे। प्रोफेसर भगत वेनम सर थे, जेएनयू के जो चेयरपर्सन हैं फिलॉसफी डिपार्टमेंट के, और दूसरे प्रोफेसर आर.पी. सिंह सर। इन दोनों लोगों ने फिलॉसफी इस टॉपिक को लेकर के डिस्कस किया। और ये जो इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम है, इसका जो इस एप्लीकेशन है, इस पर इन्होंने बात की और इन्होंने बहुत सारा डिटेल इस पर दिया कि नॉलेज सिस्टम जो है उसको हम लोग फाइनली हम लोग कुछ डिक्लेयर नहीं कर सकते हैं। कई बार होता है कि हम लोग बहुत ही जल्दबाजी करते हैं, कुछ डिक्लेयर कर देते हैं किसी के बारे में। डिक्लेरेशन जो है बहुत ही जल्दबाजी होती है कभी डिक्लेयर करना, क्योंकि चीज़ें प्रोसेस में है तो वी आर नॉट सपोज टू डिक्लेयर अबाउट एनीथिंग। जैसे अर्थ इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी कोलैप्स्ड एंड वी आर नॉट द लास्ट सर्वाइवल ऑन दिस प्लेनेट, so everything is going on as Buddha says, and many philosophers also say the same. So just we should observe and we should say that this is my experience only, this is my experience, but we are not supposed to declare anything. सुकरात इस बात को कहीं मैं पढ़ रहा था, उसमें लिखा गया इस तरह से कि जब तक इंसान की डेथ ना हो जाए तब तक आप यू आर नॉट सपोज टू डिक्लेयर अबाउट हिम, क्योंकि कभी भी उसमें पोटेंशियलिटी होती है उसको कुछ आगे करने के लिए, कुछ अच्छा करने के लिए। और डिनायल और एक्सेप्टेंस का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो भी पर्सपेक्टिव मान के चलिए। कैटेगोरिकली आप मैथमेटिक्स में या ऑब्जेक्टिविटी में हम डिनाई कर सकते हैं, सब्जेक्टिविटी में कैसे डिनाई करेंगे कोई चीज़। तो बहुत ही इंडियन और वेस्टर्न का जो मॉडल था इन्होंने दोनों लोगों ने जो दिया वो भी बहुत ही रेलेवेंट टॉपिक था और हम लोगों को इसको समझना चाहिए। और उसके बाद सेकेंड डे में ही कुछ रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स और स्टूडेंट्स ने आई थिंक 6 पेपर्स पढ़े गए, डीयू के कुछ बच्चे और कॉलेज के भी थे इसको। उसके बाद वैलिडेटरी सेशन में अभी हम लोगों ने इस पर बात कर ही ली। तो इसमें बस इस टॉपिक को लेकर के जो हम लोगों ने सारा डिस्कस किया 2 दिनों में, मैं 2 मिनट में ही इसको मैं भी कुछ इस पर अपना व्यू रखना चाहता हूँ सुन करके, और मुझे लगता है कि आप लोग रिलेट कर पाएंगे कि सिद्धांत थ्योरी में तो बहुत सारी बातें होती रहती हैं, हम लोग बहुत सारी बातें करते हैं, लेकिन व्यवहार में उसको एक बात है कि एप्लीकेशन ऑफ नॉलेज इनटू पब्लिक डोमेन, उसको अप्लाई कैसे करोगे आप। पहली बार नॉलेज का ही बहुत सारा वेरिएशंस हैं, बहुत सारे स्कूल्स हैं, इंडिया में बहुत सारे स्कूल्स हैं, बाहर भी बहुत सारे हैं। तो पहली बात समझना बहुत मुश्किल है, क्योंकि अभी बात हो रही थी कि हम लोग के पास लैंग्वेज ही नहीं है, जो है उसको पढ़ेंगे नहीं, और बाहर का जो लैंग्वेज है सीखेंगे नहीं। तो ये प्रॉब्लम, तो ये डायलेक्टिक जो मोरल डिलेमा आता है कि विदाउट नोइंग एनी फिलोसफी वी शुड नॉट क्रिटिसाइज एनीथिंग। हम लोग क्रिटिसाइज करने के मूड में होते हैं कि वेस्टर्न फिलोसफी खराब है। कब हम लोगों ने वेस्टर्न फिलोसफी पढ़ी है? हम लोग कहते हैं इंडियन फिलोसफी नहीं अच्छी है, हम लोग तो जानते ही नहीं है, तो कैसे हम लोग बता सकते हैं कोई फिलोसफी अच्छी है खराब है। और जब भी जितनी भी प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं सिर्फ गैप की वजह से आती हैं। जहाँ जहाँ गैप होता है, जैसे हम बोलते कुछ और है, करते कुछ और है, दिखाते कुछ और हैं, तो प्रॉब्लम यही आती है। होना क्या चाहिए? यूनिफॉर्मिटी एक मेंटेन होनी चाहिए कि जो मैं बोलता हूँ वही करता हूँ, तो लोगों को डिलेमा नहीं होगा। डायलेमा कुछ है ही नहीं, एकदम चीज़ें ट्रांसपेरेंट हैं, चीज़ें दिख रही हैं, लेकिन डिप्लोमेटिक चीज़ें, डिप्लोमेटिक लोग होने लगते हैं, तब प्रॉब्लम आती है। जैसे चारवाक की फिलॉसफी है, चारवाक को एक तरीके से हम लोग ये समझते हैं कि वो एक फिलॉसफी है कि ईट ड्रिंक एंड मैरी की बात करते हैं, वो बात करते हैं कि वो मटेरियलिज्म की सिर्फ बात करता है। मटेरियलिज्म तो साइंस में भी है। तो 2500 साल पहले अगर हमारे यहाँ मटेरियलिज्म भौतिकवाद अगर था, तो इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है? हम लोग बता सकते हैं कि साइंस का जो फाउंडेशन है मटेरियलिज्म है, भौतिकवाद है, उसको हम डिनाई नहीं करते, एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, और उसको अप्रिशिएट किया जाना चाहिए। मेटाफिजिक्स को अगर वो डिनाई करता है, तो अगर हम एक्सेप्टेंस को मानते हैं, एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी हमारे में है, स्वीकृति है, तो इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है? एक कॉन्सेप्ट हम लोग नहीं मान पा रहे हैं कि चारवाक अगर मेटाफिजिक्स को डिनाई कर रहा है, तो इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है? क्योंकि एथिस्ट तो हैं ही, इंडिया मान लेते हैं, ठीक है, इंडिया में हम लोग हैं, चारवाक को रिजेक्ट कर देंगे। बाकी बाहर भी तो लोग हैं, वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में है, आप रसेल को देख लीजिए, बहुत सारे ऐसे फिलोसफर हैं जो पूरी तरह से मेटाफिजिक्स को डिनाई करते हैं। तो हम लोग अपने यहाँ तो चली मली बैरियर लगा दिए चारवाक को, और हम लोग अप्रिशिएट कर दीजिए करिए किए वेदांत को, बहुत सारे फिलोसफीज को, बुद्धा को भी मोरालिटी के बेसिस पर तो डिनाई नहीं हो सकता है। बाकी थीजम, एथीजम, एग्नोस्टिसिज्म उसको डिनाई कर लीजिए, लेकिन यहाँ तो डिनाई नहीं हो सकता है कि में जो इंसान जो फोर नॉवेल ट्रुथ की बात हुई है, जितनी बातें हुई हैं वो तो प्रैक्टिकल है। तो प्रैक्टिकलिटी को कैसे हम डिनाई करेंगे? तो प्रैक्टिकलिटी को हम डिनाई नहीं कर सकते हैं। और सर ने एक टर्म दिया साइंस एंड क्या सर बोले, साइंटिज्म। इसमें एक चीज है कि साइंस का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है कि साइंस एक एरिया में काम करेगा। सब लोग, कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि हम लोग का जो क्राइटेरिया होगा, पैरामीटर होगा, साइंस का होगा। साइंस की अपने लिमिटेशंस हैं। साइंस से मुझे नहीं बता सकता है कि हम लोगों को कैसे व्यवहार, हम लोग को कैसे होना चाहिए, मॉरल होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए, टीचर्स का रिस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए, पेरेंट्स का रिस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए नहीं करना चाहिए। साइंस कुछ नहीं बताने जा रहा है, साइंस इज साइलेंट है। अब कैसे आप काम करोगे? साइंस तो पैराडाइम बता देगा, कैसे ट्यूबलाइट बल्ब ये सब बता देगा। साइंस की अपनी एक लिमिटेशन है। और लेकिन एक उसके बाद वाला जो स्टेप है, जो हम लोग मोरालिटी में पढ़ते हैं, वो क्या है? इज एंड ऑट डाइकोटोमी। इज और ऑट में डाइकोटोमी हो सकता है। इज मतलब है, जैसे ये हॉल है, मान लीजिए हम किसी को बताते हैं इंसान अच्छा नहीं है, ये इन्फॉर्मेशन हो गया, डिस्क्रिप्टिव हो गया। लेकिन जब इसका एप्लीकेशन करते हैं तभी प्रॉब्लम आती है। ऑट टू बी, शुड बी, क्या होना चाहिए, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात है क्या होना चाहिए। इस बात को अगर हम समझ लें, समझते तो हैं, कई बार होता है हम लोग समझ लेते हैं लेकिन उसको अप्लाई नहीं कर पाते हैं, तो बेकार हो गया। कोई चीज हम समझ लिए, पहली बार समझना जरूरी है, दूसरी बार समझ करके अप्लाई करना, एक्शन में उसको लाना जरूरी है। तो समझना की प्रॉब्लम अभी मैंने बता दिया कि लैंग्वेज की प्रॉब्लम है कि कहाँ से लोग समझेंगे, अपनी भाषा समझेंगे नहीं, दूसरे की भाषा एडॉप्ट नहीं करेंगे। समझ भी लिए तो अप्लाई कैसे करेंगे? दूसरी बात, अप्लाई करने की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम यही है। तो एक यूनिफॉर्मिटी होनी चाहिए इन थ्योरी एंड प्रैक्टिस, बिटवीन इन दोनों के बीच में ब्रिज मेंटेन होना चाहिए। जिस दिन से ये हो गया तो समस्या ही नहीं आएगी। अगर एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी आ जाए तो बाहर जितनी फिलॉसफी है उसको हम लोग एक्सेप्ट करें या ना करें, पढ़ें तो कम से कम, ट्राई टू रीड टू रिजेक्ट। रिजेक्ट कर लो, लेकिन बिना पढ़े कैसे रिजेक्ट कर रहे हो? सवाल इतना ही है। तो मोरालिटी और जो ये कॉन्सेप्ट, इसका एप्लीकेशन है, पहले ज्ञान रखिए, ज्ञान के बाद एथिक्स हो सकता है, मोरालिटी हो सकती है, लेकिन ये भी हो सकता है, एक पॉसिबिलिटी बताएं, ज्ञान नहीं है फिर भी इंसान मोरल हो सकता है। बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे गांव में रहते हैं, वो कोई किताब नहीं पढ़े हैं बट दे आर वेरी ऑनेस्ट। तो उनके इस फिलॉसफी को, इनके इस लाइफ स्टाइल को कैसे आप रिजेक्ट करोगे? इसलिए जो ज्ञान पूरी तरह से अप्लाई होने की पोजीशन में नहीं है वो पूरी तरह से उसको रिजेक्ट होना चाहिए। उसका अगर बचाया जा रहा है तो एक रीजन सिर्फ हो सकता है कि वो प्रोसेस में है, लेकिन प्रोसेस में भी लॉन्ग डिले नहीं होना चाहिए। 5 मिनट का काम है या 1 दिन का काम आप 5000 साल ले लिए तो वो भी नहीं होगा, वो भी एक तरह से माना जाएगा कि ये मीनिंगलेस है। इसीलिए उसमें जो भी हम लोग एथिक्स में हम लोग सीखें, ये नहीं है कि सेमिनार में 2 दिन हम लोगों ने जो सीखा घर जाकर के फिर वही बात हो जाए। तो सीखने का मतलब होता है कि हम उसको प्रैक्टिस में ला रहे हैं, और प्रैक्टिस में अगर नहीं आ सका तो ये बहुत बड़ा द्वंद्व माइंड में जिंदगी भर रहेगा और हम लोग कभी भी इस चीज को डिसॉल्व नहीं कर पाएंगे। इसी बात को कह के मैं डॉक्टर शिवम जी को मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ।
Thank you, sir. So, in this 2-day national conference on the theme Indian Knowledge System and its ethical imperatives, in this conference we have had around 5 sessions, as sir has already mentioned and underlined all the sessions and what are the takeaways of those sessions. In those sessions we have had the opportunity to listen to and interact with the greatest minds of this nation. All the sessions were very enlightening, informative and comprehensive in nature. I am sure we all have benefited from all the sessions and imply and work upon all the takeaways we are taking from here from this conference. I feel honored and privileged to present a vote of thanks on behalf of Department of Philosophy, Hansraj College. I am grateful to all the dignitaries present here in this session, starting with Professor Sachidanand Mishra sir. सर, हमेशा हमारे अभिभावक के रूप में हमारा कोई कार्यक्रम हो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिलॉसफी का, सर के बिना वो पूरा होता ही नहीं है। और सर हमेशा एक सहज भाव से हमारे हर कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बनते हैं, और जब सर आ जाते हैं अब हमें निश्चिंत हो जाते हैं कि ये कार्यक्रम अपनी सफलता तक पहुंच जाएगा। और पहली बार हमारे साथ प्रोफेसर ए रघुराम राजू सर जुड़े हैं, और सर मैं बता दूं कि एक बार जो हंसराज कॉलेज आता है वो फिर हंसराज कॉलेज का हिस्सा बन जाता है, और हमेशा जब कार्यक्रम होते हैं तो वो उनकी सहभागिता हमारे कार्यक्रम में होती है और हमें आशीर्वाद और सानिध्य मिलता रहता है। आपसे भी मैं यही आशा करता हूं कि आगे फिलॉसफी डिपार्टमेंट के जो भी कार्यक्रम होंगे आप समय समय पर हमें अपना आशीर्वाद, अपना सानिध्य हमें देते रहेंगे। प्रोफेसर चंद्रशेखर सर ने जिस सहजता के साथ अपनी बात को आज रखा है और सर ने जो आशीर्वाद हमें दिया है, मैं उसके लिए तहे दिल से सर का शुक्रगुजार हूं। धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं हंसराज परिवार की ओर से कि आप इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बने, हमें अपना सानिध्य, अपना आशीर्वाद आपने दिया। मैं उसके लिए पूरे परिवार की ओर से आपका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। मैं इसके बाद धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूशन से आए सभी फैकल्टीज का कि वे इस कार्यक्रम में 2 दिन उपस्थित रहे। सर बैठे हुए हैं, स्वर्णकार सर, बुद्धिस्ट डिपार्टमेंट से आए सर, मैं आप सभी का तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हूं, धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। आई एम ऑल्सो वेरी थैंकफुल टू द फैकल्टीज ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिलोसफी who have organized this wonderful conference, which was very smooth and everything was very much organized. So I am thankful to all my colleagues, Dr. Upendra Kumar sir, Dr. Rajesh Tripathi sir, Dr. Deepak sir, Surabhi Onyal ma'am, Preeti Jain ma'am, and also Bhanu Sharma ma'am, who is not here due to some personal issues, but she'll be with us in near future. I'm also thankful to Irshad Bhaiya. He is here in this conference. I'm also very thankful to all the presentees and all the attendees of this conference, and last but not the least, Mimamsa Society, the organizing committee. मैं एक बार आग्रह करूंगा उन बच्चों से तो एक बार प्लीज आप खड़े हो जाइए। ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमिटी सर,
दीजिए, मैं 1 मिनट में आया। आपको प्रिंसिपल ऑफिस में